Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, boys and girls? Oh, we got puppies barking in the background. There's no surprises there. You can probably see them over this side. I had to move the puppy cam. They're doing all their wrestlings. Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. Time for that weird duration between Christmas and New Year where nobody knows what day of the week it is, what year it is, what month it is. Nobody knows what's going on. Good morning. Not only a stream streak, but also jumping in with that 6-month prime. Thank you very much. Good morning to you. Hope you had a good Christmas. These lot have got a bunch of new toys. Puppies have grown whilst you were enjoying Christmas. Yes, they are getting bigger every single day. They are definitely getting bigger every single day. I'm going to have to address the elephant in the room real goddamn quick, because for those who catch the beginning of the VOD, might also be aware, I'm down to 3 dogs. Yes, I'm down to 3 dogs. I knew it was soon. I was hoping it was going to be after Christmas, but I'm down to 3 dogs. I had to say goodbye to my brown bear, so it made Christmas a little bit interesting, but it's it was inevitable. I knew it was coming, so it's all good. It's one of the reasons I wanted to get the puppy. I didn't expect to get 2 puppies, but I wanted to get a puppy early so that Nipsu was not by herself. Now she is not, so it's I wanted to get that out of the way so I don't do all the emotional bullshit. Nobody needs trauma dumping, but just so you know, if you see only 3 running around instead of 4, that is why. But Jack, my man, with 33, thank you very much. Good morning to you. Great use of the prime there. Appreciate that. Yeah, the 4th dog, she was definitely getting old. That was for sure. So it was due time, but Christmas will not be spoilt. It was a good Christmas. I hope everybody had fun. I tend to spend Christmas at the in-laws, and there's usually 10 or 12 of us there, which means that it ends up being very busy, which, if anything, was an absolutely perfect distraction. So it was very much needed. That's life. I got fat last week. Oh my god, the food. I've still got a fridge full of, like, the leftovers. The ham, where does all of this ham come from? I cook 1 joint of ham and it seems to just multiply 12 times. I genuinely can't understand how, after 12 people eating ham for 3 days straight, there is still any left over. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I do feel like sitting and playing video games might not be a good way to burn off any of the extra pounds from last week, but we will see, won't we? What in the world has been going on in World of Warcraft? I tell you what, it's so odd to have, what was it, 9 days without streaming? Was it 9 days? I don't know how many days it was. It feels like forever though. Like genuinely, quite literally feels like forever. 1 gold work orders. 1 gold work orders. Weathered Stormfront vest. What the hell even is that? A 1 gold work order. Is there anything of value in here that's worth even hoping for a resourcefulness proc? No, you can wait. Or do I make it at quality? Do I make it at quality 3 just because it's funny? A Wither Rot Tome. Requires me to go to the Altar of Decay for 50 gold. Well, there's 2 orders that are never getting filled. Lol. Food starts multiplying. Consider keeping it in the fridge. True. That might help. You're not wrong. But how did everybody spend their Christmas? Was it good? Was it festive? Was it relaxing? Or was it just, oh my god, there's too many people in my house. Please go away. 1,000 gold for a glass table. We'll do 1,000 gold for a glass table. It's interesting how resourcefulness doesn't proc on any of this stuff. It does genuinely mean the tip is literally all you get. 10k crafting cost on that for some reason. Why is the crafting cost on that so high? Is it predominantly... Wow, dragon's eyes are expensive. You spent 10,000 gold on 4 dragon eyes, but couldn't be bothered to go get the recipe yourself. Well, an order's an order. Got to go peacefully. Yeah, this was the thing for me, right? There was going to come a day. Everybody would have probably seen that she stayed in her bed a lot. The reason she stayed in her bed was because her back legs were toast, basically. She didn't have any feeling in her back legs. It's not that they were like just old or rickety. She had this genetic thing where the nerves in the back of her body just like slowly turned off. So she couldn't really feel what was going on in her back legs much. While she still had some feeling and was, you know, stumbling around on them and able to, like, you know, go on walks and do her business and stuff, it was all good. But the day came that she could barely stand up, so it was time. It was time. It made sense. It made sense. Her quality of life had, like, dipped quite heavily in like, the last 6 months, so it made sense. We had that with a coffee machine at the summer house, filled 3 mugs of water, it produced 4 mugs of coffee. I mean, that's magic. I wish my coffee machine would actually procreate. Woof! I would love if that happened. I'm going to be honest with you, I have so little idea of what's going on in WoW. Generally. What's the price of our lumber? What's the price of lumber doing? Oh, it's starting to dip a bit. Most lumber value... I mean, the cheapest is still 200 plus gold a piece of lumber, though. I mean, you can get the damn stuff to sell. Nobody's willing to crush the price too low, are they? That's, interesting to see. Olemba lumber is the one holding strong, and Cold Wind lumber... 500 gold a piece still. I'm not gonna lie. I was never expecting lumber to be over 500 gold a piece anyway. For it to have been 1,000 gold plus, it's kind of surprising that it's still holding as strong. I got to relist some auctions in a bit anyway, so we'll see if we sold anything and be able to have a little bit of a look at prices. Oh, the Father Winter Prezzies. That's not a bad idea. It's Sogramar, right? Why do I have, like, negative frame rate? Why have I got 25 FPS? Going on, game. Yeah, being a responsible pet owner is unfortunately deciding when time is time. You just have to make those decisions sometimes. But I thought I'd address the situation nice and quick at the beginning of the stream. Simply so that if those that catch the VOD understand as well. I wasn't going to make a big deal. It happened on the 22nd, right? Which is why I'm able to speak about it like right now. It's why I've been relatively silent on Discord and stuff like that recently, because I didn't want to trauma dump on people over Christmas. It's not fun, is it? But Christmas is over now. We'll look forward to 2026. See if we get any goodies in here, shall we? You carefully wrapped presents. Last year of fireworks in the Netherlands? What, are they being banned or something? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It's like, who at this point hasn't seen a firework? And they're kind of outrageously expensive. Did I get a red... Okay. I got a present in a present. Wand of holiday cheer.
Let's make sweet
snowman.
Together.
Tiny snow buddy. Really? Is this new this year? Is this new this year? Either way, I'll take it. Snowman costume as well. Cool. Add it onto the pile of toys. So many problems with it every year. Millions of cost each year. Wow, okay. Interesting. A rolling snowball. Yoink. What's the rolling snowball do? Oh, shit! As toys go, that's actually quite cool. Oh, and it slowly gets smaller and it leaves... Ah! It's a money printer. Snowball money printer. Now we got 7 snowballs that we can sell for 1 silver apiece. I think they vendor for 1 silver as well, which is in... Oh no, they vendor for coppers. Is that it? Ticking present. And that's it. Nice. There's probably a bunch of Wintervale stuff I haven't done. It's the one... I say this every time I come anywhere near this Christmas tree. It's the one event that I don't ever get much... I don't ever get much of it done because it lands at Christmas time when I'm clearly busy doing other things. Kahani with the 46 though, my man. Thank you very much. I didn't miss it. I was just, I was waiting to, we'll have to learn to write 2026 soon. Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much for the 46. I appreciate that. Some big numbers popping up in chat now. I do very much appreciate those. What are you nomming, dog? That sounds too nommy. Past it. New round of gifts for the puppies has caused, well, whilst it keeps them, you know, keeps them busy, we're starting to get rainbow poo again. Yeah, no more soft toys for the puppies. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna have to be the case. These plush toys are cool and all. They like them, but the fact that they genuinely eat them is, slightly problematic, because they could really do with not doing that. Dutch hospitals brace the final year of consumer fireworks with the national ban looming. Wow. I mean, at the end of the day, like, Fireworks are one of those things that we've seen fireworks now. I would rather go and see. I would much, much, much rather go and see like a drone display or something these days. I mean, I've seen fireworks. Everybody that stands there taking videos of the fireworks, I'm like, you ain't never going to watch that video back, by the way. Genuinely not going to happen. 13-year-old boy lost 4 fingers last month by finding a piece of the fireworks. Yeah, that's going to cause problems, doesn't it? I mean, it's the same logic of like why most countries in the EU, at least, or Europe in general, have pretty strict gun laws. Because here's a crazy idea, but how about we keep people's ability to buy explosives to a minimum? You know, it's very, very heavily regulated in Finland here. There's like very few people who can actually sell, very few companies that can sell fireworks, and they can only be sold at certain times of the day. Or on certain days of the year. You can't just go buy fireworks whenever you want. You can't have a 40th birthday party or something and have fireworks. It's just not possible. But everything but the rockets are banned here. Was much fun as a kid. Yeah, it makes sense to me, honestly. I must admit, we've all fucked about with fireworks as a kid anyway, haven't we? Let's be honest. Part of the fun of, like, you know, being young is messing around with fireworks, but like, I don't see the problem with getting rid of them. There was a bunch of fireworks going off here last night, for example. And of course, New Year's is what? Like Wednesday? Yeah, New Year's Eve is Wednesday, so people were already blasting the fireworks here, which technically they shouldn't really have been able to do. Because you shouldn't really even be able to buy them very easily at the moment, but yeah. They were there, and it was Sunday, and so people clearly weren't willing to wait until Wednesday. Oh, I've clearly not opened my Trader's Tender thing for a while. Prize turkey? Ha! It's a gobble gobble! Wait, hang on. Nobody told me this was the trading post reward for December. How did I miss this? Gobble gobble? I genuinely didn't even notice. Legion Elk. Was that November's, was it? Really? Why not check that? Oh my god, my brain is just mush at the moment, clearly. An average cost of about 13 million a year from damages. Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it? Just sack them off, get rid of them. Yeah, rid of them. Right, well, the Gobble Gobble's kind of cool. He's no cock mount, is he? But we'll take a happy Gobble Gobble mount. He's cool. I think Gobble. Does he fly? Oh, yeah, he has the chicken model. Gobble Gobble. I just realised I've had my fancy cocks out all month. Should have had the reindeers out. Can you tell I really didn't get very festive this year? Genuinely, really need to do a better job next year of being more festive. What mount add-on is that? Better, what's it called? Better mounts or something? Mount rarity or something? Mount Journal Enhanced, that's the one. Mount Journal Enhanced. Just gives you a more smushed view of things. Colors them by actual rarity. So like Spectral Tiger is a 1% mount, for example. How do you do it? Where's the sort by? Sort by rarity? What are the most... Okay. These are some of the most rare mounts in the game. Proud Pummeler 2? Really? Is a 0.3% mount. Because nobody in their right mind has been mental enough to craft the damn thing. I wonder about this, actually. I wonder about the market of these going forward. There's a good chance that these are going to hold some pretty good value long term. Dare I say I wouldn't be too surprised. What's the price of these right now? Proud Pummeler. Oh god, I got like 700 tabs open. I don't need half of these open. What's the price of these bad boys right now? 1.4 million on Draenor, a 1.8 million median across the region. There's only 111 of them in existence. That's only a little bit more than one per realm. So there's arguably not a lot of them. 3 point something million. These prices are being held interestingly higher than what it costs to buy one from a vendor, which is a interesting decision. And considering they're all at the exact same price, that's somebody that's clearly one person that's posting them at that price. Somebody's got a lot of them. Some whales went and bought up a bunch of the mechanic amounts on the NA the other week as well. That's another interesting market, that you've got 50, 100, 200 million and you don't know what to do with it. Spend 50 of it on mechanic amounts. Put one mechanic amount on each server. 2 mil. The thing, like, Blackhand has got them for 1.8. Kazakh, surprise, surprise, has got the most of them at 1.4. Silvermoon 1.3 is the absolute cheapest. But there is significant amounts of realms that don't even have this mount. Now, I think this is a spicy price, but I can definitely see 3 million being a good price to list them at if you get them cheap enough. The thing is there is perfectly possible that, because it is technically crafted, that the handful of people that know what they're doing with these can, well, I wouldn't say churn them out, but if you happen to have 4 bonus accounts that are not doing anything, all with engineers on, for example, pilfering and making thorum tubes or flipping gyrating gears or whatever the hell the optimal is. Hey, Mr. K-Chak, how we doing? There's you know, they are always going to be crafted, so there is always going to be a way to make them. But I think when we move into midnight, the likelihood is that everybody will forget them. They'll be left in the dust. Are we saying somebody's done a number on the mechanic amounts as well? Margin manipulators, asset advocators, innovation investigators. Region median is still 900k here in the EU, which solidly puts them at a price where it's worth farming if you have a 5-box setup, but really still not worth farming even if you have one account and a lot of free time. How many? 145? This is the interesting thing, look. Look at the direction of this red line. Price has stabilized. Quantity of them slowly going down. Slowly going down. As interest in undermine and mechanical farming decreases. This is a combination of two things, though. One, they get sold, and then people use them, which takes them out the market. Or two, and often, which is more often the case, people just simply stop posting them on the auction house. They get eaten up by the mailbox monster because people take a 30-day break and lose them. People just log off that character, never log back on. People put the game down for a few months. Like, it's a combination of factors. Seems to be quite a steady decline in them, though. Is that true for the others? Asset Advocator, 135 of these, similar amount. Same shit again. We're at sort of the lowest amount of them that we have seen for like 6 months now. Christmas is always going to do a bit of a weirdness on these because people are not relisting their auctions and whatever. But if we zoom in a little bit here, okay, if you take the last 2 months, they're relatively stable. Relatively stable in the last 2 months. But the one that is the interesting one, because it's a cool looking rocket mount, 160 in the EU. It's quite a decline over since the end of September. In the last 3 months, it is trending down. And that's 3 months towards the end of an expansion when there is many, many, many reasons for people to be out farming gold and nothing else to do. For the quantity of them to trend down is I mean, with my knowledge, it's expected, but genuinely, you would probably say that towards the end of expansion, when people are trying to farm up long boys and pay for the new expansion, you usually see a bit of an increase in the supply of this sort of stuff as everybody tries to farm them and sell them, you know? Kind of concerning the quantity available has dropped so much, but the price is carried on dropping more than anything else. Well, it was the market is going to be the market is going to be dictated from a price perspective from the lowest common denominator, which is that those people, like I said, those people like you and I who can farm it relatively efficiently. I mean, between the two of us, we must have 500 hours of stream footage of us farming these on a 5-box system. Like, I got sick to absolute death of answering questions about it, which is hence why I stopped doing it, honestly. So there was plenty of time for people to see how to do it properly and go out and do it. The price hasn't dropped as fast as the quantity, though. So there's clearly starting to be a lack of them. And I wonder if we look like more granularly, are people shifting them about? Is there any indication? 900, 899s. There's not really any indication on the EU, at least, that there's not really much. Usually when you see a big, long, flat plateau, it's a sign that a goblin has gone and bought a shitload of them and is just stacking the price in their favor. But you'd expect that to happen at like the 1.5 mil price. And it's not happening in the EU yet. It's not happening. And there is a grand total of 160. Somebody with 300 million and no idea what to do with it could come along and take all of these and put them at 3 million gold and just drip feed them back out. Does prospecting do well early on and then fall off hard in later seasons? No. Prospecting is just a maths game that most people aren't willing to do. Meaning prospecting pretty much works the entire expansion. It's just about knowing the numbers. You need to know the outcome before you buy the ore. That's really the trick. With prospecting. Why jewel crafting's been my number one profession literally forever. Now you can either, if you cheat, you can easily cheat and get somebody else's numbers, or you can very easily at the beginning of an expansion track your own results, and then you start to learn the maths, and then you know what price you need to buy your ore at and what price you need to sell your stuff at. I can see people buying them outright as midnight comes out. Thought about that. Just the bottomed out ones themselves. There's opportunities, but the opportunities require. There isn't that many people that can take advantage of an opportunity like this. This sale is an interesting one. Last seen 23rd of August 2025. Somebody posted it for 123,456. That's not even a whoops default listing. That's somebody having absolutely no idea how much to charge for it and just went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 post, which is mental. You missed by a. You should have put a 7 on the end of it. Oh no, we can't have. Oh my god, you've chewed through the whole rope. Where's the rest? One piggy down. One pig down. The third pig has been oh god, boys, here. One. Those who not watch the stream very often, actually a snake. Who on the snake? I've just noticed the noise gate on my microphone is set quite strong. That means when I'm talking, when I'm not in my seat, you guys probably can't even hear me. Dude just showed a dildo on stream. I have to put it close to the camera occasionally just to prove it's not. I mean, in that game, anything could be considered if you know. Is it, you know, if it fits, it sits. But it does hiss. It is a hissy boy. Chris, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Yeah, anything's a dildo if you're brave enough, yeah. But yeah, there's some interesting things, like I said, those who have the numbers for pilfering will be the ones that will be able to take advantage of markets like the crowd pummeler literally forever. Having a few pocket engineers, or if you're like me, if you have a few accounts and you can have some bonus characters knocking about, throwing an engineer on them to do some pilfering is not a terrible idea. I might set something like that up at some point. Hey, no woofing. You pair are meant to be chill now. The dog's routine has gone to shit. They have got no idea what's going on whenever. Bulot is chilling under the sofa. You can just see his nose. These two, on the other hand, these two have no chill. No chill. Which is good. I like the fact that they play, but absolutely no chill. None whatsoever. Have I done the midnight prologue campaign yet? I haven't. No, not on live anyway. It's stuff I probably did 10 times on the test realms. We're a little bit in countdown mode as well now, aren't we? Pre-patch is what, the 22nd? Was it the 22nd? Can't remember. Maybe it was the 22nd? I want to double check quickly, see if my auctions have expired. I need to do a bit of auction house stuff today. main account's kind of procrastinating a little bit, if I'm honest. Going to be some world quests, some rares, some events, some catch-up gear that's going to be on the champion track. Yeah. Standard operation, I think. Oh no, why has this moved? Get back in the corner, you. I did an update to it, and it's going to reset all of the variables. Oh, we're too early. Am I too early? I'm too early by 19 minutes. Alright, we'll come back in 20 minutes then. You lot stay logged on. How much plus on the gold and how much plus on the KGs? More on one than the other, that's for sure. I'll let you figure out which. Definitely more on one than the other. There is the clearing of the clearing garrison support. Oh yeah. Do I not still have garrison related recipes? Can I not? Oh, I can get these now. What did you get for Christmas? Yeah, plus 8 kg. I needed to be making talidite crystals on the regular to get these. Now, one of these recipes required the Brawlers Guild, didn't it? I went over and looked at the Brawlers Guild when it launched again, only to then realise that the damn Brawlers Guild is there was a queue, and I was not willing to sit in a queue, but do need to jump over to the garrison either way. 8 kg is impossible. Hold my beer. Well, I think of that 8 kg, I think 4 of it would probably be beer. Your body can hold a huge amount of water weight when it needs to. Luckily, though, that's the first to come back off you again, so it's all good. No. This one.
Hold your head high.
Right. They're off doing. Who else did I need recipes for? Raynor. No. So the only reason I need to be here on this dude is for the talidite crystals that will get me slowly but surely will get me the last of those recipes. Is the body even capable of putting on 8 kilograms of fat in 2 weeks? Yeah, that's the thing though. It won't be fat, will it? You'll just hold all the water. You'll store it as liquid. In 2 weeks though, I think that'd be quite the challenge. It's not fat, it's fluff. Yeah. I'm fluffy. A couple of my characters needed to do something in the garrison for decor recipes. Trying to remember who it was. I guess we'll just cycle through them and find out. My Christmas present this year was Sulla. He was my Christmas present. You can't see him because he's the only one that's chill right now. But he was my Christmas present. Ips has found another toy. Almost like I'll play. She's getting... The poppies are getting big enough now that they don't necessarily look like puppies. They just look like dogs now. At least you don't use shock collars. Yeah, and I keep politics to a minimum. Isn't it about 3,500 excess calories per kilogram? Works out about 2,000 excess calories a day for 2 weeks. Oh, I mean, that's easy. That's just eating twice as much as you should do. That's actually easy. Easy business. Over a 2-week period, no problem. 4,000 calories a day, light work, mate. Light work. Light work. Big Mac meal for breakfast. 6 beers for lunch. Box of chocolates in the afternoon. Steak dinner. Job done. There's your 4,000 excess calories a day. Light work. Yeah, Google, give me a breakdown based on how many boxes of After Eights does one need to consume at Christmas. After Eights and Baileys. I will drink my body weight in Baileys, please. Oh, I need my weekly quest on this dude, don't I? When you get Big Macs, replace the patties with quarter-pounder patties instead. Or just replace the patties with quarter-pounders. Now we're talking. Pancake syrup. Yeah, see? Look, you lot getting the gist. You lot getting it. Oh, it's 7.7k calories. Okay, less light work now. Less light work. You'd have to actually maybe then eat kind of, you'd have to eat maybe like 10,000 calories a day, which is more of a challenge. You could eat 10,000 calories a day for maybe a couple of days, but you'd be so bloated thereafter you might just have a heart attack and die. I'm American, this is light work for me. You said it, not me. But with 140% inflation on groceries in 4 years, I hope your bank balance can also support. No way, that was the only stuff I needed for that. 10 out of 12 troops and the order hall research is done. Yeah, I gave up with those. I was like, that's far too much like hard work. I wasn't looking for another job. $2026 for me, I think, is very strictly, maybe even more strictly so than previous years, going to be a year of play World of Warcraft as much as you want, but simultaneously, more so than ever, if it's not fun, ain't doing it. We are going to 100% champion the approach of fun first. It's going to make the concept of producing, you know, valuable gold making related content a little bit more of a challenge. Because fun is very objective. Whereas, you know, bigger number is not very subjective. But I think it would be an interesting challenge to try and find ways in which to make gold in the most fun, interesting way, as opposed to just what can I grind for 12 hours to make a token. Median household rent has also increased to 43% since 2020 in Australia. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. And I'm not going to get into it in too much detail. The world is really broken right now. But you know what's worse? What's worse than anything else is that whilst the world feels a little bit broken right now, I think we're living the dream right now compared to what it could be in a few years. Genuinely. I don't think we're too far off another 2008 situation. But that's a little bit deep for post-Christmas stream. Genuinely, I think we are not far off a big crash. So, strap in. Strap in and strap up. $33 points. 25 in each of these. Ouch. Okay, well, we're just going to sit on the points then. We are never going to fill that. Never, ever, ever going to fill that. You count a corpo rule world a la Cyberpunk 2077 as the future? Yes, we're living the dream. Yep. Okay, I think this was one of the guys that needed to do some Draenor stuff or decor. No? Maybe blacksmithing? Oh, was flipping loads of recipes I don't have. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. This is because I made the stupid mistake once upon a time of dropping blacksmithing. And still living off back of the regret from that. Okay, well, at least it wasn't you. Maybe it was my mage then. Tailoring. Ah, yeah, because tailoring you needed, I think it was 5 secret books, wasn't it, for one of the recipes? Still living in 2008 in Finland, haven't had economic growth since. Well, true. Finland has some slightly different issues. But I can say as a visitor and now permanent resident of Finland, I can say, whilst there is some problems here, we're living the dream. We're still living the dream in this country. If we are to do direct comparison to other places. Unemployment is a bit of a problem over here. Which is causing quite a drain on resources generally, but opportunities are still reasonably strong. I think I needed... What did I need on this dude? Oh, we're on the home stretch of knowledge points here for tailoring. Hang out some patron orders quickly.
You wish to speak?
Okay. No decor that I'm missing. Could have swore I was missing decor for some reason. £1,000 for a work order. Cost £1,000 to make it. Sure, £1,000's £1,000. It's so weird how quickly you just lose the rhythm of doing stuff in this game. When you make it, and I don't say that this is the right way of doing things, but when things become like a daily chore, you can just almost end up doing them on autopilot. You take a few days off and you try and do all of this stuff, you're like, ugh. Like riding a bike in terms of the fact you don't really forget totally, but rusty. What's the reason behind still doing patron orders? They make some gold, and at the same time they fill out my spec trees, and the completionist in me wants them finished. So partly selfish reasons and partly logical reasons. And also, just coming to the table, if nothing else, is an opportunity to just double check, see if there's a public order. Once a week, you'll get surprised by a 10,000 gold order and go, oh, sure, I'll do that. Hang it out. Closing the year with 42 million? Good effort, man. That's impressive. That is impressive. So many people in chat right now have substantially more gold than me. It's really nice to see. I don't know my exact total, but it's somewhere in the region of about 35 million in actual liquid. But I would hope by this point near to 100 mil in like value of stuff though. Which obviously if I just stop buying stuff and liquidate it all, it adds up nicely, but I have no rush on that one. Let the graph go up slowly but surely, naturally. $1 million gold a week is very easy to do if you already have 200 million gold. $1 million gold a week from zero is practically impossible. Much like IRL, the more capital you start with, the easier it is to make more. You start with absolute zero, it can be a real challenge because if you have no capital, the only advantage you have is time. And that basically means you are limited pretty aggressively to farming. You are going to need to do something. You're going to need to do something that is valuable enough for somebody else to not do it. You're going to need to go out, collect something that somebody wants that they're not willing to do themselves, but are still willing to pay you enough to make it worth you doing. This is why farming tends to float around 20 to 30,000 gold an hour. It dips substantially below that for some periods of an expansion, but can also rise above that. But you're going to need to do things that others... We're going to need to do something with your time that somebody doesn't see valuable in doing with their time, and then sell it to them. That's your play. Somebody told me Moxie and Midnight is only for the recipes, not for tools. Well, the only indication we have physically in-game points to that being not the case. You read the tooltip for Moxie in-game, it specifically says it's for tools. You don't need Moxie in some cases for some of the recipes for the tools, but you are likely to need it when crafting them. We are under the assumption that they just haven't added Moxie on them yet, because they're... For two reasons, maybe. One, they're still doing the maths to try and figure out how much the weapons... Sorry, the tools should cost, Moxie-wise, because it is something they're going to need to be quite careful with the numbers on. They price it too high, it means people aren't going to be able to get them in, you know, a reasonable amount of time. They push them too low, it undermines the entire value of the system full stop. And also means that people will just jump straight to the epic ones, skipping the rare ones. So they need to balance it carefully. The other side of that tale is that they maybe just haven't added Moxie to them yet because they don't want us to know everything that we need to know to, like, decide what we're doing. There's an element of, like... There's an element, maybe, of them sort of holding back putting Moxie on the tools, because it's the last final piece of the puzzle as far as I'm concerned. Soon as we know how much Moxie it's going to go on the tools, we can quite quickly do some simple napkin maths to work out how and when we'll be able to achieve full builds. And, you know, then that means you know exactly what you're doing with your professions at that point. They might just want to keep us guessing for a while. Here's some info about it. Info about... If there are some BOE drops in the first early raids, they'll be booming. And I mean the biggest booming, seeing how gear is becoming harder and even upgrading it. Quasi. Gearing will never be the same in Midnight. Okay. 12 to 14 key range is about to go giga toxic. I've understood that some of the changes to gearing has caused concerns from some. But BOEs always have a interesting place because they never are the only people that BOEs can sit on BIS lists for people, but that still doesn't mean people are going to take their credit cards out and swipe to get them. There are some people that just physically are never going to buy the BOEs because they're never going to have the gold to buy them. And actually, the higher the difficulty of content you clear, the less you actually need the BOEs. Mark my words, they're going to be huge in Midnight. Why? The only reason you would You use a BOE for two reasons. One, to give you a massive advantage before you can naturally get that advantage. So, in order to, like, you know, put a mythic BOE in a sticky slot where you've got something just tragically bad. First 3 minutes. I'll do you the first 3 minutes. I'll do you the first 3 minutes. Let me make sure that you guys can actually hear it.
And gearing up in Midnight is changing, and if you're only looking at the item level numbers for Midnight, you're missing the real story that you need to get ready for. Because on the surface, the headline is simple. Mythic Plus loot cap is increasing. Instead of capping out at plus 10s in the past that you are used to, the Great Vault in Midnight will now scale with rewards all the way up to plus 18 keys. So if you complete a plus...
Right. So let's break that down for a second then. You will be able to push even further in Mythic Plus while still maintaining a reward. So if you do an 18 key, you're likely to get a 4 of 6 myth piece in your vault. That does mean players are going to be incentivized to push further, yes. I can understand the first comment straight away of your 12 to 14 range starting to get a lot sweatier, because people will want that myth track gear, so then they can at least upgrade that myth track gear. Now, people's natural limitations might start to kick in towards the top end here, maybe, but 11s is going to be, sorry, a 10 is still going to be the minimum for people. 10 is still going to be the minimum.
Plus 18, you receive a myth track 4 out of 6 item directly from the vault. And while it's common to think that this is a good thing, and I largely agree, because Blizzard is allowing for more rewards to exist as the keys start scaling higher, so it gives a reason for people to work on harder content. But there's some real implications that you need to understand when it comes to how you should think about gearing your character effectively in Midnight. It's not just about item level at this.
See, one, you use the phrase there, and I think this phrase needs to be carefully broken down. People always talk about gearing effectively, optimal use of crests and such, and this is to keep you on. This is to keep you one step ahead of everybody else. This is to make sure that your gear and your item level is top 5%. You can only be in the top 5% if 95% of people are doing worse than you. And 3 weeks later, it entirely doesn't matter. It's the full ultimate min-max mindset. And so I get videos like this and I get people's outcry about them, but it matters to 1% of players.
Point because Blizzard is really rewriting the cost and time of gearing out your character in World of Warcraft in the new expansion. They have also changed the math on how the crest upgrade system works. And when you combine the new upgrade cost with this plus 18 vault change, we're seeing the potential for more reasons to be playing each season for longer. But this is also balanced by the fact that there's some new social friction that we have to learn to deal with. So let me first explain the new cost of gearing. To understand why this plus 18 Great Vault weekly change matters, you first have to understand that upgrading gear in Midnight is becoming significantly more expensive. In the War Within right now, and when I make this video, we are about 2 months away from Midnight, so a lot can change. But as of now...
Is that when he states it being more expensive, is that a relative increase, or is that the number got bigger so it's more expensive? Is it taking into consideration the access of the currency in the first place? If your wages get twice as if your wages double, your expenses can double, and nothing's changed. Is this, and this is what I often see is sort of misrepresented. Is it going to get more expensive because you simply get less? You need 100% more and you get 15% more. I mean, if those numbers are true, then that is more expensive, yes.
While we are in live service or the war within, upgrading an item costs a flat 15 crest per step of upgrade. So if you're trying to take an item from your myth track 1 out of 6 to 6 out of 6, it will cost a total of 75 crest. In Midnight, however, this flat rate of upgrading your gear is gone. It's replaced by, if you're familiar with paying taxes, a progressive tax system. Okay, I'm making an assumption because some countries might not use it, but the cost now
Progressive
increases
banding,
by
yeah.
10 crest for every rank of level you climb. And so as you can see from the screen here, from rank 1 to 2, it costs 10 crest. From 2 to 3, it costs 20 crest. From 3 to 4, it costs 30 crest. 4 to 5, 40 crest. And 5 to 6, 50 crest. Now again, all these is subject to change once the season is officially...
Okay. Are they doing that on all of them? Adventurer, Veteran, Champion, and Hero? They are. Yeah, this is not surprising. This is what number crunchers do, and this is what Blizzard has been pretty historically quite good at doing, is that they'll implement a system with basic, flat, easy to understand numbers, and then they tweak it for engagement. And this is exactly what this is. They want to make, if you live in the myth track, they want to make sure that you are on a journey whilst you are on that myth track. They don't want you to get most of your, because if you think about what happens when it was just 15, 15, 15, 15, what actually happens is as your gear increases, your ability to go out and get those crests each week becomes easier. So this means that when it was 15, 15, 15, 15, you can quite easily, if you are competent as a player, get a surge of gear very, very quickly. And then your progress absolutely grinds to a crawl. And your progress grinds to a crawl, and you realize that you've gone out and done your whole weekly adventure and you've gained 2 item levels. Whereas at the beginning of the season, you did your weekly adventure and you gained 7 item levels. And this can be a real feels bad for players. And Tulok has just pointed out that players have almost been like, well, we'll just wait for the turbo boost event, right? They'll sit back and wait for the turbo boost. They get that first zerg of gear at the beginning, because you can clear the content more straight, relatively easily. You get huge upgrades every week. You get that big surge of power nice and quickly. But then when you start trying to min-max and optimize your gear, you're just crest counting. You're watching how many crests you get. You know exactly how many you get, and your item level increases grind to a crawl. This is going to be a way to keep or mathematically keep the amount of time and effort required each week to a similar number, and will drive you to play more later in the season. Because you've got 30, 40, 50, 60 crests early in the season. Will take you from a myth 1 piece of gear up to myth 4. Those 2 final jumps, though, are going to take you... Your then 5th is going to be, 66% of your progress so far just to get 1 upgrade. And then you'll have spent 100 crests, and then you'll need 50% more than what you've accumulated the entire season to get your last and final upgrade. It's really trying to provide people a good reason to keep pushing forward towards the end of the season, smoothing out the curve of when you get gear, it feels. And this is all done entirely for the purpose of crunching numbers, which will mean that if you can step in with a 4 of 6 piece of gear out your vault, that is the equivalent of saving 30, 40, 50, 60 crests, which in essence means that you get one of your final 2 upgrades basically for free. Clever.
Officially underway. Because what I'm talking about right now is based off data mine changes from the current beta build for the Midnight expansion. But as of the moment, from what we gather, upgrading an equipment, a myth track equipment from base to max rank now costs 150 crest. And I'm not even talking about turbo boost, I'm talking about at the start of the season, and we'll talk about turbo boost separately later. So if you think about this crest increase, it's a 100% increase in the total cost compared to what we have now. Now, Blizzard has also tossed us a bone. They have increased the weekly crest cap from 90 to 100. So that's roughly an 11.
Oh, they put the cap up by 10. Okay. They put the cap up by so they put the crest cap from 90 up to 100. And what did we say? It was 150 for a full single upgrade. So you're looking at a week and a half. A week and a half to still do a full upgrade. Where was it before? 15, 15, 15, and 15?
Now, Blizzard
it's
has
too early
also
for maths.
tossed us a bone. They have increased the weekly crest cap from 90 to 100. So that's roughly an 11% increase in cap, which is obviously way smaller than the 100% cost increment in upgrading your myth track from 1 to 6. So if your cost has gone up by 100%, and your revenue, in this case your ability to earn crest per week, goes up by 11%, you do not need a background in rocket science to know that for gearing, yes, it will now take longer to gear your character for the season, which for some people is a very good thing because you want to.
This also goes to promote that gearing via upgrading, it's making upgrading less important. This was one thing I'd noticed in Midnight. Midnight's the first expansion for a while where I've really paid actually any attention to gear in any way, shape, or form. Because Delves gave me an opportunity to go and get it, and I was very quickly trying to figure out where the best place to put my crests was. Whilst I didn't have any way to get better gear, per se, it meant that upgrading my gear was the most important thing to optimize. This is going to squish the importance of the upgrade path. It will still be quite a high priority for you to spend your crests effectively, but it's Blizzard's way of saying, right, the better way to go get more gear is to go and do higher tier content. And that will become more important. So pushing all the way, like you can settle and you can rest and just do a 10 if you want, and you'll get your myth 1 of 6 piece of gear. But it's going to take you a week and a half worth of full crest capping just to upgrade that 1 piece of gear to max. Meaning, if you are happy to just do your 10 and sit back, you will probably be playing the entire goddamn season that way in order to actually upgrade all of your gear to 6 of 6. Now, the alternative is that you don't spend all of your crests on upgrading, yet instead you try and maybe not just sit and do a 10, but maybe push and do a 14. And then out will spit a 3 of 6, which has saved you the equivalent of 30 crests, or a third of your weekly, pocket money. So it's pushing, it's changing, it's Blizzard trying to both smooth out the gearing, it feels like they're trying to smooth out the gear curve rather than it being this big spike of power at the beginning and then an absolute crawl to the finish line, where most people just wait for flipping turbo boost now, it feels. So it's going to smooth out that process, but also put more emphasis on saying, right, well, if you don't want to wait, if you're crest capped, how about you just go do more difficult content? And here's to hoping you'll just, you'll get the piece of gear either dropping naturally. What was the table for... Where was the table for what drops in what key? So going from a 10 to a 12 is going to save you only 10 crests. So it's, 15 becomes the point. A 15 key is where it starts to become really important. But there's a big jump from just doing a 10 to a 15. A big jump from a 10 to a 15 in terms of difficulty and coordination required. Or at least there's meant to be. Now, of course, if you can go from a 15 to an... If you're comfortably doing 15s, it's probably not going to be too hard for you to just, like, bang out an 18. If you're comfortably doing 15s in a group with, in an organized group, you'll probably be able to use a few consumables and get an 18 done. But at the beginning of this season, this is going to be a challenge for even the organized players, I think, yeah. Without add-ons. Yeah, true. Without add-on, like, I would imagine that the average player is going to be knocked down by a couple of keys, I would guess. Short term, at least, because it's going to force people to maybe actually have to learn a little bit more. Checking others' cooldowns is now not possible. Yeah, but let's hope that not 3 out of 5 in a mob pack are all casting some pretty deadly spell. Let's also, because let's hope that that it's been pulled from 2 directions. If you've got less ability for add-ons to tell you when other people's cooldowns are up, well, much like the interrupt change, here's to just hoping that there's less shit that you feel the need to interrupt, so that you don't need perfect coordinated rotations of interrupts and perfect use of cooldowns. We'll see. Is there any info on crafting? Because Turbo Boost will feel different. Turbo Boost is an odd one, right? Turbo Boost is the biggest engagement play. Turbo Boost is, hey, you over there, who are getting bored with the late end game grind, please come back and continue to play our game. But for players who push at the beginning, for the players who care about this in the first place, right? People who are paying any attention to this in any way, shape, or form right now are not people that take that much of an advantage from Turbo Boost. Because by the time Turbo Boost turns up, they're done. They've done it. Because they were already keeping up with what was going on. They have no need for a Turbo Boost when they're already done. And if you're going to be able to step into Midnight and do, like, what did it look like, 15 keys? Where was the chart? If you can do 15s relatively quickly, you'll be getting 3 out of 6 out of your vault. And if you can pull 3 out of 6s from your vault, you'll have half as many crests needed to fully upgrade than somebody that just does 10s. Meaning that by the time Turbo Boost turns up, you'll be done, whilst the level 10 Andes will be desperately waiting for Turbo Boost in order to get more crests, because they technically need twice as many of them. It puts the emphasis more on just doing more difficult content. The interesting thing from this for me is going to be how it's going to affect raiding. This starts to do... I tend to think that this is very strongly going to cause players who predominantly want to focus on raiding to now also have to do more Mythic Plus again. That if your raid leader determines that people need more gear, we need to get this boss down, the goal will be, go do more Mythic Plus. which is interesting because an emotional requirement to go and do a piece of content you're less interested in for the benefit of the content you are most interested in is okay to a degree, but I definitely don't think it's a good environment when they. This is why I don't do much Mythic Plus, and I'm pretty public about the fact I don't really like the Mythic Plus system because it is outside of the natural progression path, I think, of a game like World of Warcraft, where the raid is meant to be the pinnacle piece of content, and doing the raid on Mythic and killing the Mythic boss is the pinnacle, I think, and that's just the design of the game in general. Mythic Plus kind of needs to be forked off almost entirely at this point. It needs to, I think Mythic Plus needs to be given the PvP treatment, whereas you can do whatever the hell you want to do in PvP and it doesn't affect PvE, and to some degree vice versa. I think this is going to really start frustrating people who want to focus on raiding but now have to go and spend hours each week pushing further than they would comfortably like to do in Mythic Plus, just because it will allow them easier time and, you know, less stress from their raid leader. Who knows? Third-party add-ons, recording the screen and making an overlay like the old WeakAura will come, in my opinion. WoW's Turbo HUD. It does sound like that, doesn't it? We'll see. Anyway, yeah, I do think this is quite interesting that they've stretched Mythic Plus out. And this goes to show once again, it's that TikTok kind of TikTok development system that Blizzard uses. They make a change, make things easier, and they progressively then complicate it until people complain it's too complicated, and then they reset it and make it all easier and make it baseline again. And because they have to be seen to be making some sort of updates each and every season to keep people on their toes, 15 crests per upgrade was relatively simple to get on board with. Now they clearly believe that people have gamified that process far too much and are done far too early in the season. And so they're going to tweak it so that each upgrade is going to cost you, significantly more than your last upgrade did. Tweak the numbers there, give you a shinier carrot on the end of your Mythic Plus stick. And then in 3 months' time, 4 months' time, let's see how many people are complaining about being forced to do 15 plus keys on Mythic Plus when previously they were content doing just their 10s. We'll see. Interesting. Sounds like something I won't have any part of, but the conclusion from that is that, yes, like Jack suggested, there's a strong possibility there that BOEs will be more attractive. I'm not going to go as far as to say they'll go boom and be a big thing, but they will at least be more attractive. As it will be something that can then, it'll be something that will allow for you to, skip forward a little bit. There will be greater perceived value in the BOEs, but let me also tell you that the market will do its part to ensure that if that is the case, that they will then just be more pricey. Because whoever's selling the BOEs, it's their prerogative. I know people don't like that word and I use it a lot. But it is their goal to sell their items for the highest price they can sell them for, not the cheapest price. Goblins don't run charities. So if there's more perceived value in the BOEs, they'll just be more expensive. Great for those people who get them to drop, though. That's for sure. Great if you can find one. Wonder how it'll affect spark crafting. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I need to look into the banding of crafted gear then in that case. I don't think there's the spark. Sparks are now, you don't get half sparks every week, you just get a spark every week. But of course, to counter that, they've doubled the cost of sparks in crafting gear. So a normal piece of gear uses 2 sparks, a two-handed weapon will use 4 sparks. But you get a spark every week. They got rid of this fractured spark rubbish. But it will, as long as it's still once every 2 weeks. If it's once every 2 weeks, you can make a piece of gear. Then it'll be interesting to see just how important that piece of crafted gear is in a world where a nicely upgraded piece of crafted gear might actually hold more value. It will hold more value for more casual a player. If you are a very hardcore gear grinder and you're doing, your optimums and you're doing your 15 to 18 keys, the value of that crafted piece of gear might not be as strong as, should we say, average Mythic Plus player who just tries to make sure they do their 10s to get their Myth piece of gear. So it'll be more important for some and not really any different for others, I reckon. What? Where's my mailbox? Enchanted Lantern. That's a pet. Okay. All 10s is KSM right now. Will that go up to 15? That I don't know. We will start paying a little bit more attention to. Now that Christmas is over, the decor hype is mostly done. My goal for the next 2 months is to predominantly focus on Midnight. We'll now probably start tinkering on the beta a little bit more seriously. It will probably result in me doing 50% tinkering on the beta, 50% putting guides and content together, of which we'll see if I do that on stream or whether I keep the stream purely gameplay related. Who knows? Echo is looking for an account manager if anybody is interested. Also a merchandise manager. It'd be fun to be Echo's accountant, wouldn't it? The scaling of my game scaling seems to be off. Because usually I can read the text in these small windows comfortably. But today, for some reason, it's all blurry. The race to world first is pay to win for 80% of people. I think if you want to be if you want to be a top 10 guild or even a top 100 guild, I think you will probably find there's a strong incentive for those players to swipe, because you're going to be competitive enough that you are going to feel the need to take every advantage you can get your hands on, because your natural disadvantage is that maybe you don't have the absolute utmost skilled players in every spot. You don't have your dream team, so there's more requirement for you to start swiping. But to be honest, more than anything else, the people that swipe the most are pug Andes. People who live the pug life are the biggest swipers out there. People who play the game to a high enough level are then in guilds who can offer boosts, have a way to generate significant amounts of gold via boosting. In turn, then leading those players to have a significant amount of gold. And fun fact, most of the people who make a lot of gold by boosting are first in the queue to spend that gold on other boosts. So it's the boosting community has always felt like a bit of a circle jerk. Then you have Casual Andy, who doesn't particularly have the greatest success being in a guild, lives the pug life, and such. In the pug life, item level is king. They are the players who are the most likely to swipe like crazy, because there's a lot of people out there these days with a lot of disposable income, believe it or not. $20 here, $20 there is not going to break the bank for a lot of people that play the game purely as a hobby, because it's a remarkably cheap hobby compared to some others. I was thinking about this a little bit the other day as well, that it's kind of easy to forget just how much money Blizzard makes with this game. Because you forget every single one of us is paying $15 a month just to play the game. You know what else $15 a month can get you? The entire Xbox Game Pass library of games. Now, if all of those games have been created, developed, QA'd, tested, published, and can all be bundled in one big library, and they all get a fraction of that $15 a month if you choose to play their games from Xbox Game Pass and survive perfectly comfortably. World of Warcraft, Blizzard Entertainment, getting $15 a month from you every month to play one game should put two and two together for some people. Just how much of a cash cow retail has always been. Without question, one of the most profitable franchises in gaming. Because if you're given the option to pay $15 for one game or $15 for an entire library of games, you only have $15 to spend. Makes more sense to go with the library of games. So that means by playing the game already, you're already qualified, I guess is the right way to describe it. You're already warmed up to spending money on a regular basis, which is why Blizzard's transition into monthly offers, promos, deals, bundles is not surprising. And Mecha Forged Mantle. That's an undermined BOE. Not even a piece of decor. Their transition into more and more aggressive monthly monetization doesn't surprise me. I think Classic has a lot more cash transactions than retail. Well, Classic has a lot of RMT related stuff. Yeah, people buy gold in Classic a lot because there's at least option, there's a wider variety of players in retail. Classic is everybody is funneled into the same adventure, and that adventure is quite clear. That adventure is level up, do dungeons, kill raids. The funnel's quite tight in Classic. And so having the gold is almost more important. So there's probably a lot more swiping happening in Classic. But then again, you'll see people spend 2 million gold on a BOE ring or something, and you're like, the real world value of that one item for one character in this game is bananas. And that only goes to re-emphasize the fact that some people just have more disposable income than you. Did Tomb on Mythic in Lemix? Mouse ran out of battery in the middle of a boss fight. Why I stick a wire on my mouse. To this very day, it frustrates me greatly that I have a wired keyboard and a wired mouse. There's 4 wires on my... Well, there's 6 wires on my desk right now, I can see, but I hate wires. But at the same time, what is more annoying than seeing a few wires is having to replace batteries and remembering to charge things. Is that a poop in the middle of the rug? I can see, I can see why it looks that way. It's not. It's a bit of a toy. And I will prove it to you more so. It is a piece of rope. Is that a poop in the middle of the rug? Although, it honestly wouldn't surprise me. Oh, you know what? I was gonna go shopping today. I was gonna go look for some deals on these flipping realms, and I've kind of forgot. I've blasted past on a bunch of them. In eagerness of just getting things relisted. Shit, I've just realised we've got the Twitch drop thing going. I don't think that's on anymore, is it? Where's it gone? Either way, I'm going to turn it off. Hate the lumber farm. I like from a theoretical perspective, from a theoretical standpoint, I like what Decor has added to the game. But I too will agree with you that I hate farming lumber and practically refuse to do it. Stormforged leg guards of the Fever Flare. That's like a flippin'... Warlords of Draenor crafted piece of gear or something random. Okay. I like what Decor has done with kind of pushing people into learning the ropes. Because unless you're already relatively well established in the goal-making game, if you look at Decor as a way to make some gold, you first have to figure out farming. You first have to learn the ins and outs of how to do that relatively effectively. But then your next problem turns up. Your next problem is like, what should I craft? And how do I optimize that process? So it moves you forward into the next step of your Goblin adventure. And then once you've crafted that stuff, you have to then sell it, which is not necessarily the most straightforward thing these days, with the cancel scan meta being a thing. Although I'd be intrigued to see just how much cancel scanning is actually going on Decor, because it doesn't have the same predictable duration for sales that something like consumables do. It makes a lot of sense to cancel scan your flasks on a Wednesday, because that's when everybody's buying flasks. It doesn't make a lot of sense to cancel scan Decor, because you have absolutely no idea when somebody's going to come along and want one. Which when the sales still happen, but the sales are a lot more randomized when they happen, the value in cancel scanning falls out its arse. Because there's no guarantee. You could cancel scan for an hour, keep your auctions ahead of the queue. Still no guarantee somebody's going to come along in that exact hour of the day and want to buy your piece of decor. So I know people have been frustrated with cancel scanning and actually selling the decor. But I tend to believe it's a phase. Shadowlands legendaries, you could cancel scan them. And you would cancel scan them at peak times of the day. You were mental if you tried to do it 24 hours a day, unless you played on the biggest servers in the world. A proto tickles for 27,000 gold. Oh, I love selling those pets. Buy those pets on the regular for like 10k a piece. There was a sale on there, but it wasn't an interesting one. I wonder how much lumber being bind on account has affected the bot farming. Well, in theory, there's nothing so complicated that a bot still couldn't do bot things. What you have to consider, though, is what's the payout for a bot to do it. A bot is most likely, or somebody operating a bot, I should say, is most likely going to do the thing that is most optimal for the use of that account for as long as that account survives. Now, I don't really think that a multi-step process of both farming, crafting, and then selling is particularly sensible. I mean, it's not sensible to bot the game in any way, shape, or form, but it seems significantly less sensible for a bot to risk potentially 3 different accounts. Because if you're gonna bot the farming, you bot the crafting and you bot the selling, right? But you're not gonna realistically be able to do that all on one account. So that's potentially 2, maybe 3 account. The crafting could also be done on the selling. I don't know. I don't know how these things work. But the point I'm trying to make here is that it seems overly complicated for a marginal payout. You forget that the avenue that bots most likely prefer is low but steady. Like, a bot doesn't care if they make 5,000 gold an hour. because they can do it 24 hours a day. What a bot cares about is that it's consistent. And decor, as I mentioned a minute ago, with the sales being sporadic throughout the day, doesn't provide that level of consistency for it to be attractive. So I generally think that Lumber being warbound is a very good thing, because it will mostly mean it stays, for the most part, a player-driven economy without much influence from bots. Because there will always be something more simplistic and more reliable, even if it yields a lesser amount of gold. They've definitely designed the professions in Midnight to hinder the botting. Yeah, each and every expansion, they seem to make gathering that little bit more gamey. There's a little bit more going on with gathering each and every time. Fountain and some hanging lanterns. The which zone is it? The second zone, the Zolaman zone. The second zone, the moats over there. Every elemental node spawns 2 mobs that are going to have to be dealt with. Now that adds a level of complexity to a bot, which is something that has to be overcome. I mean, since Dragonflight, they've sort of been tweaking and making gathering more difficult for bots. And this was proven with the fact that most bots moved to hiding away in Chromie time, hyperspawn farming. They could make 30,000 gold an hour farming, doing gathering. They chose not to because it was easier to make 20,000 gold an hour, stay undetected, and not have to deal with anything overly complicated. But Blizzard also have, hopefully, squished a lot of that shenanigans as well now. With the, wow, neither of these realms have, like, anything on them. Oh, no, that's not the case. It's that they didn't empty their mailboxes. Well, why did I only empty the mailbox on one of the realms? Hello, there's a bunch of sales here. Night vision mech shades of the harmonious. Random ass crafted mech shades again. Why do I have all this crafted gear? It's better to farm the materials for decor for the bots. There's some truth in that, I would imagine. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, for the most part, there hasn't really been that much of a bot problem in retail. And this is predominantly because the money's in Classic, which has in turn meant that Classic has a real bot problem, and has literally since the day it launched. And the banning of GDKPs has only gone to emphasize that, I think. Mr. Wu, how we doing? Welcome in. Hope you had a good Christmas. Hope they got everything they wanted from Mr. Santa. Well, Solo was my Christmas present. I got a dog. I got a puppy. So I had my Christmas present in advance. That was my Christmas gift this year. And magic ham. Yeah, I've ended up with magic ham too. Ham that just won't go away. No matter how much of the damn stuff I try and eat, it regenerates. It keeps coming back. Yes, the magic ham. Every year I'm the one that's responsible in the family for cooking the ham. So on the 23rd, most of the family goes off and they do a little bit of final shopping if there's anything that people have forgotten, which ends up usually being quite a long list. So there's a trip to the shops on the 23rd, but the main thing is that people go round the graveyards and they pay respects on the 23rd. I, on the other hand, get out of doing all of that shenanigans by staying at home, walking and sorting dogs, and cooking the ham. That's my Christmas tradition every year, which means the 23rd for me is often a nice chill day where I drink some beers, cook a ham, before I know the 24th, 25th, and 26th go mental. So it's my calm before the storm. Yes, I moved to Finland and they got the foreigner to do all of the cooking. But I don't mind whatsoever. Got the complete collection of all the stories of H.P. Lovecraft in English. Hard to read, but love it. I don't know what they are, but I also don't know what books are. But I hope you enjoy them. I can't remember the last time I read a book. Scratch that. I read instruction manuals, but I don't think they count. I don't even particularly read them very well. Ooh, a few sales here. Vase. Literature of the Blue Dragonfly, Draconic Nesting Bed. 5,000 gold for Scholar's Ancient Pack. That's a freebie sellable bag, isn't it? Either way, sale's a sale. I really need to do something about the fact that half of these realms have got nothing on them. That's either because they've sold all of their good stuff, or the fact that I've just never filtered stock to them. Oh, bloody gathered, I only read the first 4 words of your sentence there. Luckily, I read the last 3 words and it's made more sense. But if you take just the first 4 words, Santa brought you some interesting gifts. I'm at the age where I'm actually happy to get socks as a present. I'm disappointed if I don't get socks as a present. I'm genuinely disappointed if I don't get socks. Because it means, if I don't get socks at Christmas, it means I have to go out and buy the damn things myself. So I tend to leave the sock purchasing for those who have no idea what to get me for a gift, because I'm a man with some element of disposable income, meaning anything that is priced accordingly, I probably already have it. tends to be why adults are more difficult to buy for than younger people, because we get to a point where, well, if it's under €100 and I want it, I've probably already bought it, which means most gifts don't fall into that category. We start wanting expensive things. But on the flip side, something like socks, which I can never be bothered to buy myself, become an absolutely incredible gift. Socks or something edible. Something edible. Not go wrong with something edible. Or drinkable. I got a big 1 litre bottle of Baileys off my brother-in-law. Which was a very welcome gift on the when I saw him last weekend. Edible socks. Flipping Alma eats socks, and I don't mean like chews them and puts holes in them. I mean actually consumes them, which is a problem. She's chilling right now, right? She's proper chilling right now. But this is only you can see the carnage on the floor from the toys. But she genuinely eats socks. My wife wears those little white ankle socks, and she has now thrown up 3 of them because she goes and gets them out the washing basket, and if we've accidentally left the door open to the laundry room and haven't, cast eyes on her for 10 minutes, there's been a few occasions now where she's stolen and chewed on and actually consumed the sock. Luckily, she throws them back up again. Do I have a picture of all my dogs? I can do one better than that. That's Alma. Sulla is under the sofa right now. They're brother and sister. Like, actually brother and sister. They are 6 months old. And that's Nipsu. They're all the same breed. Finnish Lapland dogs. She's 8. She's got a birthday soon. No, she's 7. Shit, she's 7? She 8? I don't know. She's 8. She's going to have her 9th birthday soon, which is actually kind of crazy. Yeah, these pair are 6 months old. I always get whiskey as a gift for some reason. I don't even like it that much. It's a very man gift. Men are meant to drink, sit down and drink a whiskey. I don't dislike whiskey. I just don't like whiskey neat. Whiskey for me this is why I never have been able to appreciate good whiskey. Because people are like, oh, you've got a good whiskey there, you should, like, drinking good whiskey neat is just pointless for me, because whiskey is a cocktail mixer for me. I said to everybody to stop buying alcohol for me. I don't mind. I try not to buy much alcohol for myself, which means any time I do get alcohol as a gift, it's a relatively welcome gift. But also the problem is if it's in the house, I'll drink it. The luxury of playing video games and streaming for a living means that if I want to drink in the evening, I can have a drink in the evening. I mean, we've had drinks on stream a few times. I don't have the same restrictions that many people do. Other than obviously trying to maintain a reasonable level of health. Good glass of amaretto, 2 ice cubes. Yeah. Quite sweet. That's an after dinner. That's an after dinner drink. But I can get behind that. I can agree with that one. More of a gin and tonic guy. I like a gin and tonic. Summer drink though, isn't it? That's the thing. It's a summer drink. Nobody's drinking gin and tonics in the winter. Gotta be mental. Oh, Jägermeister. Now that's a winter drink. Yes. That's a winter drink. I went 10 years thinking I didn't like Jägermeister. And I went skiing last year. And somebody bought me a shot of Jägermeister. And turns out I like it. Clearly in the 10 years it had been since I'd had Jägermeister, my taste buds had changed. Probably because the only time I used to drink Jägermeister was in bomb format, mixed with Red Bull when I'm already probably pretty hammered. Wasn't maybe the best example of what Jägermeister can taste like. Eight bottles of it, keep getting it even after I quit drinking some years ago. Jägermeister is kind of like one of those, I don't know. It's a skiing drink. I don't like. Sounds like such a fucking Tory thing to say, doesn't it? But it's true. You have to be skiing and on a slope to then enjoy. You either have a Jägermeister or you have hot chocolate and like mintal hot chocolate. Mint liqueur with hot chocolate. Mmm. You're getting me thirsty now, boys and girls. Energy drinks whilst drunk isn't the greatest idea. I used to drink vodka Red Bull for that exact reason. Vodka containing alcohol naturally makes you sleepy. Red Bull, on the other hand, not so much. And it was my life hack to just not sleep. Early 20s going out. Early 20s, you'd go out partying, knowing full well you've got work at 8 o'clock the next morning. One easy solution sometimes was to drink vodka Red Bulls all night and then just not sleep. Deal with sleep tomorrow. Did that many a time. Definitely not healthy. Definitely not something I'd do these days. Bought a bottle of Ciroc for New Year's Eve. Looking forward to that. I do like a good vodka, but I'm a bit of a ponce when it comes to vodka. I have a auntie. Well, let me rephrase this. I have an uncle who married a Russian woman. And this has meant that as a gift from them, on many occasions, I've received like a good bottle of vodka. Like, so good it is all in Russian and you have no idea what it is and there ain't no chance you're ever buying another bottle of it, kind of thing. And so periodically I do enjoy it, but it has to be ice cold. You keep it in the freezer and it has to come out and it's got to be gloopy. Smirnoff is not. Smirnoff isn't even vodka. It's just petrol. It's, once again, it falls into the category of Smirnoff is a mixer. You drink it with Coke because you want to get drunk but want to drink Coke. But like, good vodka comes in a bottle with the inability to read what the hell's on it. Now, of course, I also live next door to Russia these days, which means there's the opportunity to get some reasonably good vodka here as well. Finland has their own twist on vodka. Rye vodka, rather than potato vodka. Which is good when it's good, but terrible when it's bad. Have I taken the ferry over to St. Petersburg? No. The irony, the fact that I do live next door to Russia, is that I have never done that. One, because pre-Brexit and war and all of that sort of shenanigans, it would have been a possibility. But God's honest truth right now, it would be difficult to do so. And to be brutally honest, I don't even want to anymore. But yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? When the option's there, you don't take it, but as soon as the option goes away. Soon you might live in Russia if things stay the way they are. I think I don't want to get overly political about this, but even though, let me put it this way, whilst I live in Finland, and Finland is directly next door to Russia and has had a bit of a interesting, should we say, history over the years with Russia, I still feel very safe. I have now, if I lived on the very eastern border, I would feel maybe slightly less safe. But I don't. And I tend to believe in this day and age, Finland is very well protected. Like, I genuinely don't think Russia would be stupid enough. But, you know, the greatest level of stupidity comes from where you least expect it, so. Telomere, how we doing? Welcome in.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Ah, Jack with a gifty. Thank you, my man. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Right, it'd be nice if I could open a couple more sizable mailboxes on these. We've had a few trickle sales here and there. Another 40k here. Zoldazar fence for 30k and a wooden shipping crate. Sale's a sale. Oh, this appears to be a realm where I don't list anything. With now not really doing the Undermine farm, I've kind of stopped worrying about keeping all of these characters in a very specific order, which means some of them are all over the place when it comes to stock. This guy, for example, I actually think is my alchemist. He's the guy that's meant to be able to just churn through some thaumaturgy whenever I'm not doing anything better with the account. Not that I've run the numbers on thaumaturgy recently to know if it's worth doing. Three more weeks. Not long now. Why does me auction... hang on, am I not using my own auctioneer? Is that why? It feels odd that pre-patch is a matter of weeks away now. I really need to get into gear with midnight. I was relatively deliberately holding back on it because there was lots of other stuff going on. Christmas, New Year, housing, decor, remix just before that. I was really hoping that going into midnight, this expansion wouldn't end up being too frantically crazy. But I think I'm going to have a frantically crazy run up to midnight again. I think it's unavoidable at this point. There's also part of me that was really hoping that they'd sort of like, they'd put the bow on top of the professions so that they could be thoroughly tested and, you know, stuff figured out. They haven't given us that bow yet. I'm hoping one of the first builds we get in 2026 will sort of finalize everything with professions. I mean, oh, hello. 165,000 gold. Oh, that's a big one. Oof. Somebody's finishing off their dragonflight inscription profession. Jesus. I've had a couple of crazy sales on these, you know. A couple of absolutely bonkers sales on these. 156,000 gold for a dragonflight inscription recipe. And like I said, that's not even the first one of those I've sold. Was it on this account? Let me check Journalator real quick. Pressing all time is risky business. The file's getting quite big. Oh, that's a flip. Oh, that's a flip. Well, it took a while. It took a while, but I'll take that one. Ironically bought from Goldmaker. Well spotted. Like I said, this isn't the first one of these I've sold. It's the first one I've clearly sold on this account, but I've clearly... I'm relatively sure one of these other accounts has sold one of these for a similar-ish price as well. No. Well, I purchased one for 75 gold. Purchased one for 75 gold on one of these realms. I've bought 4 of them, apparently. No. Only... Maybe it was a different one. I was pretty sure it was, No. Empty the mailboxes on this one. I was pretty sure I'd sold another one of those. Maybe not. Maybe it was another one of the techniques. Let me just search technique real quick. Because I've had some Oh! That there was the other crazy sale I had on one of these. 180k for one at some point. Pretty bonkers crazy for dragonflight techniques. You take those, that's what makes the whole thing worthwhile. To be fair, we needed a spicy sale. Mailboxes have been pretty light today. That's why I buy those 75 gold recipes when I spot them. Because ultimately, if you sell them, great. If not, just put them in the bin in whenever. Do we know if the new lumber achievement is warband? All achievements are warband wide pretty much these days. What we don't know is whether it's going to be retroactive. I don't believe it will. So when they launch, you might need to go chop 250 of each lumber before you can do it mounted. But I saw somebody give feedback to Blizzard saying, please make these retroactive. I don't want to go farm lumber again. And I'm like, well, if you don't want to go farm lumber, why do you need to farm lumber whilst mounted? It was one of those indications that you're clearly just a collector of achievements or something, and which instantly devalues your feedback. I think they shot themselves in the foot. It's coming with pre-patch. Well, it's on the midnight beta. It's a little bit difficult to know exactly when they'll turn up. Often anything systematic. Well, it'll come in 12.0, which might be pre-patch. I don't know. It's usually considering all of the achievements and recipes and all of that sort of stuff tend to come in at that point. It's just the actual content you're locked off from doing, but the data's usually there by that point. So things like achievements and stuff will probably populate a pre-patch. There's part of me that wants to just go farm a bunch of lumber ahead of time, just so that I have it. As there isn't great much else going on right now in the game, so it's arguably good use of your time. Because one thing that we know for certain is that it's going to be far more difficult to stomach going and farming lumber when midnight launches, because of just how much other stuff will be going on. You know, you got all of the new shinies, a new expansion. Boredom should not be something that is anywhere near you when an expansion launches. But if you're bored right now, you can go farm some lumber, and even if you don't turn it into anything right now, you've kind of cashed that effort in a way. They might end up being retroactive. It depends whether the Blizzard game actually tracks the amount of lumber that you're picking up. If there's a data point that they can pull from, they might end up being retroactive. It depends whether that was a plan all along, and so they've been secretly squirreling away a number in a file somewhere, how much lumber you've picked up, or whether this was or if this giving everybody the ability to pick up lumber walls mounted was their kind of like way of evening the playing field on gathering it, because there was a bit of feedback, should we say. If it was if it was a retroactive update, they might not have been tracking the amount of lumber from the word go. If it was the plan all along, who knows? It's one of those things that if it was a plan all along, why didn't they just launch with it? If it was the plan all along to give you the ability to do that, then you'd assumed they would have launched with it, but it would have felt more it feels more odd for them to have, been tracking the amount of lumber that you've been picking up. That I don't know. Who knows? Either way, if you got to go, like, my point being is that you shouldn't need to care about the achievement if you're not planning on going farming lumber anyway. Like, 250 lumber's an hour's worth of effort. Like, if you're not even doing an hour's worth of lumber farming anyway, why do you need to do it whilst mounted? You don't really need to worry about being overly optimal if you're never doing it. Yeah, each lumber is individual. It's not so 250 of each lumber. There's an achievement for each. So you are going to have to earn the achievement in each zone, but fundamentally it's nothing. If you're out farming lumber anyway, it's an hour's work in each zone. Guide says to interrupt the shitty Instagib boss spell, but it's not interruptible. Oh. Interesting. Oh, I think they did change a few things with remix bosses. That could be one of them. Runic tablet. Another half-hill cookpot. Sold a lot of these, Telling you. Kitchenware. Big business. After today, will the next stream be 2026? Next stream will probably be tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, it's a regular work week now. I don't care about New Year's. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Well, mostly because I don't know how the puppies are going to respond to fireworks. There was a few fireworks last night, but it was just like the odd occasional bang here and there. It's not like when the clock dings 12 on New Year's, the sky lights up and it's like you're in a war zone. That's when it's a little bit more risky with the puppies to see how they react. So I have no intentions of doing anything or going anywhere. Me and the missus will probably get some nice food, have a nice dinner, then chill in front of the telly. Not too much different to normal. I'm long since past finding the enthusiasm of going out somewhere on New Year's and just getting ripped off. That was a sucker's game, even at the best of times. Hey, who knows? If the wife falls asleep early, maybe we just stream New Year's. That'd be fun. Put the fireworks on the telly. Actually turn the TV on. Please, Jack. Keep him happy. I'm not guaranteeing that. I haven't. I'd have to run that past the wife. I think Mrs. Manthus has New Year's Day off. And then the 6th, I think she's got off. 6th of January. I think she's taking a long weekend whenever that happens. Can't remember. She did tell me. Anything I've been told over the last few days is a bit fuzzy, though, to be honest. Midnight decor will use up a lot of materials, more than I was expecting. It will help keep the map prices high for a while, for sure. By a lot, how many do you mean? One thing I do know is they're going to be... Yeah, yeah, it's like 30 crafted tailoring bolts or something, isn't it? Which, when an epic piece of gear is using like 8 of them. I do vaguely remember thinking that myself as well, yeah. Vase and a rod. It's kind of like just scrappy 20k here, 30k there kind of sales on the decor now. It just seems to fit in nicely with my regular post for 48 hours and move on. And the advantage of having a lot of my decor on the smaller realms is that there are far less inclination for people to cancel scan against it. Meaning I do get these drip feed of sales. Endless Codex of the Void Touched. The fuck? The Christ on a bicycle is it doing taking that much? $50 lumber to make a floaty book? Eh? That's an outrageous amount of just random guff. Why is it using these? Why is it using so... Those bonus mats for sure are just a bug in the list. Yeah, these are all of the... These are all of the things that come from patron orders. There's no way it needs one of each of those. That doesn't make any sense. 20 motes though. Yeah, that feels very bugged. That feels very bugged. I'd check on the beta. Something feels off with those. Is that fine? But I mean, I know, past 4 weeks of sales might tell a different story, but there's a fine line between making the item worthwhile and making it so expensive to put together that it just outprices its usefulness. Look at like the beds, the crafted decor beds, for example. Anything that uses 50 lumber has been massively undervalued and tanked in price just because the vast majority do not want to be paying 50k plus for like a single piece of decor. People don't really want to be paying like 10k for a piece of decor, but that's to a degree not totally up to them. But it's kind of yeah, they got to be careful with making crafted decor use a stupid amount of stuff. The odd occasional recipe here or there, it's not a problem, but that said, the value in decor or midnight is probably not going to be in the lumber. It will probably be more in the base mats that it takes to make the thing. Because people are just going to be swimming in lumber anyway. Because if you're in any way, shape, or form actually playing, you'll have lumber, right? You'll if you're in any way, shape, or form playing the game, you'll have 500 midnight lumber before you know what to do with it. How many hours a day do people play the game at the beginning of the expansion? And let's say you only get 50 lumber an hour just accidentally picking shit up, right? I suppose to be fair, that's still 1 a minute. But anyway, you're still going to get a bunch of lumber without even trying. So people won't be short of the lumber. The bottleneck more than anything could be people getting their professions to 80, which I know is something us lot will probably blast in a day. But it does keep normal Joe out from being able to craft the stuff a little bit. People might put up crafting orders over buying it from the auction house. Well, that is probably the more likely situation. That they'll have the lumber, they'll look at the price of the thing in the auction house and go, well, I'll just buy these other few materials instead. Or they might even have those other materials instead. Midnight could be the first expansion where like lumber, like decor via work orders becomes more of a normal thing. Up until now, you've not I mean, there's been a few, obviously, but you've not seen many. You've not seen many work orders for lumber, work orders for decor, simply because you have to go and farm. But if you've got to go and farm the lumber yourself, you've got to go to the zone yourself. By the time you're doing that, it's like too much friction for most people. But come midnight, when everybody's kind of passively got the lumber anyway. Right, last bunch of realms, then I can see what we've pulled in the last 48 hours. That one sale of that inscription recipe has made the adventure worthwhile. But other than that, I'm still think it's less than a token's worth of gold. But if I can take a token's worth of gold out of the mailbox every 48 hours, not much more than an hour or two's effort, I can live with that. A lucky streak signet. Wink. You should try the gold lock challenge. I don't know. Elon, for example, does really well with his challenges, and he seems to greatly enjoy them. For me, it just feels like artificially gimping myself. If I was to really get into it, maybe. If I was to actually put some effort into turning it into content, also maybe. But, you know, trying to make a bunch of gold with this restriction, that restriction, that restriction, it's not how I'd want to play the game. I'd rather put WoW down and go play something else if I got to that point. Few public orders I saw were like 100 to 200 gold commissions. Yeah, they just leave them on the table sort of deals, aren't they? Oh, okay. I tell a lie. Maybe we did make a little bit more gold than I expected. Made 500,000 gold on just this account. This is where all those small numbers add up. Small numbers add up. Ha! This account was fucking useless. $69 giggity. Okay, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. Why are all those three so incredibly low? And did I okay. That one sale of that recipe pulling its weight. And then other than that, it's nothing over one tablet at 36, one fence at 31, a pet. Then, you know, it's just a bunch of 10 to 20k sales on decor stuff. It's proving a point that outside of decor right now, not a huge amount's going well. Not much is moving outside of decor, making the rest of the journey a little bit more questionable whether it's worth doing. I mean, flipping 10k, like, I had 2 sales across how many realms? Which is actually completely not. 2 sales of nothing. 1603 BOE, pet. Couple of stuff that's listed so cheap I should probably have just vended it anyway. There's well for views. It's not really for goal making at that point. Yeah, the challenge stuff is very good for views. That's for sure. Do a challenge of playing WoW without ranting about work orders for 7 days? Not happening. Not happening. Absolutely no. Absolutely no. Well, it's safe to say that the sales from decor is what's keeping things alive. Now, one wonder sale on a stupid recipe, but if we exclude that, it was still... If we exclude, what was it, 140k, 150k?
Is that your wallet?
It's 400k then, wasn't it? 400k.
Both,
400k of decor, give or take, over 48 hours. 200k a day. 200k a day. Not too bad. Nobby with a 19. Welcome in, my man. Hope you had a good Christmas. Hope you're well. If it wasn't for the decor sales, though, this multi-account flipping up thing at the moment is tough to justify. So much so that at those rates, it's probably struggling to pay for the account. It's a bit of a scary situation to be in. Maybe it means we need to spend some gold, and maybe it means we need to do some shopping for some cheap decor. Do we spread our wings now a little bit more to selling decor on all of the accounts? Or do I think that actually spending gold on more decor is risky now? With how much we might focus on proactively playing retail. I mean, there's no harm in looking, is there? But I'd be tempted to spread out onto decor flipping on all of these 60 other realms. If I can make 200k a day on the 20 realms I'm already posting on, it'd be very nice to make 200k a day on all 4 accounts. But it's that initial sink of funds. Have I got my auctionator list set up on these accounts? I bet I haven't. Oh, I do. Do it on keys. Much faster. $4,000 gold regional sale average, regional market average 4,300 gold. 12,000 gold regional sale average, regional market value of 24. Look at the red numbers though. Minus 49%, minus 45%, minus 20%. Distribution of decor is going to get a little bit more frustrating. But there's clearly some... What? Search information pre-processing required to use this mode. Sure. Not starting scan, this item information is unavailable. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that's how it worked. Lines, puddle, ghosts, lines, puddle, ghosts, lines, track the right one all over again. Yeah, those elite bosses. I expand from 20, maybe I should just go to 40 first. Get the operation up and running. Get the operation up and running and then... Get the operation up and running and then spread out slowly. Which means we need to log you out. which means we need to log you out. Means we need to log you out, and it means we need to log you out. This is where I now need to put all of my decor that is not listed on the auction house in the war bank, so that we can start giving it out to other realms on the other account. Or do we just do a bit of a buy session across all realms? No, we've got plenty of it. Let's do a quick decor, move to Warbank. Stupid beanbag chairs, man. Stupid flipping beanbag chairs. Kai'Vez is hard compared to the other Delve bosses we had. What's people's general thought on these? Have people liked the Uber bosses? Have people enjoyed them? It's not interested me in any way, shape, or form. And if it was something I was going to do, I definitely wouldn't do it on stream. I like them, but the reward is meh. But you're still doing them. That's the interesting thing. I kind of think that's the right side of the line, though. The reward should be the bonus, right? The reward should be, oh, I did this, and oh, I got that. When the reward outstrips the value in doing the thing in the first place, I think that's the wrong side of the line. So if you're able to enjoy them and get something out of them, I think that's good. And I think that's then categorizes it as a valuable piece of content to have in the game. I just see it as training as a mythic raider. Oh, that's quite clever. A proving grounds scenario. Those old enough to remember proving grounds. I've got space for 225 more pieces of decor, which will go well to starting to populate some new realms. In fact, I'm putting so much in the war bank, though, is an indication that prices are starting to get tight on a lot of decor stuff. Like the difference between like the top realm prices and the bottom realm prices is like coming closer together, it looks like. Which does technically make it more risky for doing flipping. Because you're maybe having to pay a higher price and you're probably not going to get the reward that you'd hope from. Did I move shortfall to bags? That wasn't the move. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Go on, gently does it now. Ease it in gently, as they say. There we go, beautiful. Why it's important to keep the load times as quick as possible on these characters when we have to cycle through them. Also going to normalize the gold on all of these dudes as well. It might be a while before they get Warbank access again. I would not recommend doing it on a healer. That's true. These are very tank focused or DPS focused sort of bosses, aren't they? Do you think it'd be fun if they added like an Uber boss that was more healer focused? One that proactively required you to heal or, you know, whilst dancing around and doing everything else? Yeah, Mage Tower did a bit of that. I still think Blizzard's keeping that as a trick up their sleeve, you know. I'm convinced Blizzard is just like, right, I know everybody, we know now everybody wants flip after the remix debacle. After the remix debacle, I think it's clear that they know full well that there's a big portion of players that would love the Mage Tower back and were hoping it would come back in Legion Remix. So I think that's clearly going to be something that they will pull out of their sleeve at some point, you know, as a piece of content during a period of downtime of other shit happening. I would not be too surprised if in Midnight at some point, or at the very latest in the Last Titan, we get another revisit to the Mage Tower. Maybe in more fleshed out, more permanent way. Default to the old main that had 20 items levels less, but felt more comfortable since the need to focus on pressing buttons. Yeah, it's crazy how much of a difference it makes, doesn't it? Just having the muscle memory to press buttons without thinking. Might run out of warbank space here, but that's things, you know. Down to only 143 spaces. Need to get rid of this random guff in my warbank. Important items only from this point on. I bought that flipping 5th tab as well in the warbank. I physically can't make it any bigger even if I want to. That's a phrase all men say at least once in their life. Torghast 2.0, combined with the Mage Tower rewards, climb up the levels, increasing in difficulty. Rewards could be your mod, your toys, your pets, weapons. I still firmly believe that Torghast was one of the best small, bite-sized pieces of content they've produced in a long time. And I think they completely fumbled the ball with Torghast because they made people hate it. Because they were too pushy on making people do it. If they'd taken the reins off Torghast being fundamental for player power, I think a lot more people would have enjoyed it. I'm going to be honest, I prefer Torghast to Delves. Give me the choice of doing, like, if I could get similar similar reward structure from... realistically, the reason put it this way, the reason I've done delves as much as I have is because it's a source of easy gear. But between the two, give me Torghast every day of the week. The only reason I think delves have been a success is because they've not been that egregious. You know, Torghast was basically, you must do 2 high keys in Torghast, 2 high levels in Torghast each week to get your legendary dust. That was like a baseline must for an awful lot of the player base. Delves haven't really had that it's a good source of easy gear for people, but it's not a great source of the best gear. The gear, you very, very quickly get to the point where actually the only reason you're doing the delves is because they give you they give you a box in your Great Vault, and once a week you got like a hero track piece of gear, which was random. So it was like, it was a good source of mediocre gear. If they'd done a similar thing with Torghast, I would go as far as to say that the actual gameplay and the design of the mode, the mini game, I would definitely take Torghast every day of the week. Did you get the decor from the island expeditions from doubloons? I have not, no. I've not done much actual collecting of the decor so far. I started thinking about doing it just before Christmas, and then Christmas happened, and we've been back for 3 hours since Christmas, so I've not thought about it too much more since either. I'm still milking crafted decor flipping whilst the going's good. That said, the more I sit here and stream it, the more the market will crash, so it's a fine line. I mean, look at it this way. Torghast you had to do twice a week, but the reward was very strong. And in fact, the reward was, in many people's eyes, not a reward, it was a mandatory aspect of player power. You had to get your legendary dust, whatever it was called. It changed its name, didn't it? But you only had to do 2 of them, and look how people hated it when they felt forced to do it. Now they've softened the approach of making delves more mid-tier but relatively easy to get gear, but you have to do 8. So they've quadrupled the engagement and probably attracted significantly more of the player base to do it, whilst also simultaneously not making people hate it. So clearly, from Blizzard's perspective, it's worked. Blizzard have got out of delves what they would have hoped to get out of delves. But if you just focus on the gameplay aspect, I far more enjoyed progressing through Torghast levels than I do running delves. There's no decor flippers on Burning Legion. I was selling 20 pieces of decor for 40% of the market value. No one bought it, but prices went down. Be careful with how you define market value. Flippers couldn't care less what DB market or DB region market is. That's what they use to determine how to sell things, not necessarily at what price to buy things. I, for example, have not bought anything unless it's like under like 40% of the regional sale average. Couldn't care less what the market price for an item is. On Burning Legion, prices are just super low, like they've always been. Burning Legion German high pop or even full pop, right? Or is it twinned with a bunch of others? Oh, I've only got 66 slots left. Look how much decor I've got that hasn't been listed on the auction house. It's kind of a lot more than I expected already. More Eastern Europeans, a lot of Polish, I think. Oh, okay, that would make sense. There's equally quite a lot more risk now of flipping decor as well. I'm very dubious to just how much I will buy to populate more realms. Because you're unlikely to when I started flipping the decor, it was a case of I would buy stuff like at sub 10k a piece, and I'd get enough 150k miracle sales to cover the cost of my inventory very quickly. It took me 6 days to turn a profit from spending 4 million gold on decor. Now, without being able to heavily influence a greater rate of sales by doing more frequent cancel scanning, if I was to spend 4 million gold on decor right now, I would not expect to be able to shift enough of it to turn a profit in only 6 days. So the risk of flipping decor right now is much stronger, much higher risk. Just because the volume of stock already out there is quite high, but also the frequency of the sales has come down somewhat. Delves might be a bit more balanced with classes and specs. Torghast was a pain to solo on some classes, at least early on. Yeah, true. I know healers had a real horrible time in Torghast. But healers would have had an absolutely horrible time in Delves if it wasn't for Bran. So that's kind of how having an accomplice, an NPC accomplice, has kind of allowed Blizzard to sort of not perfectly fix, but band-aid that issue. If you could very easily do Torghast 2.0 with a companion, and then it's it levels the playing field a lot more again. Monk and Shaman healers were Biss in Torghast. I didn't play either a Monk or a Shaman, so I can't remember in that much detail, but general consensus being that, healers in theory don't die, but the fact that they struggle to kill things as quick as others can cause problems. But it's much easier to balance things if you can have an NPC that covers another one of the Holy Trinity roles for you. It means you then basically have 2 out of the 3 minimum. Okay, that's everything in the war bank. That means we don't need to use this account. Right, let's now start putting some of this on these realms. Let's start putting some of this decor on these realms and see what we can do. Now, I've got to be careful I don't overpopulate some of these realms with stock. By that, I mean if I've got anything listed on the auction house already on these realms. I've only got 24 items listed here, so I've got plenty of room to put some decor out here on here. Shortfall 2 bags. Go. This is probably going to crash. This is going to be too many items. Yep, internal bag error. Log out. Log in again. I'm only buying if it's the cheapest on the region. 3k might be cheap, but it ain't the cheapest. Yeah, I would say that's probably the way it goes now, more so than anything. You're unlikely to be buying on one realm and selling back out on the same realm because there's already plenty of stock out there. If you are going to be flipping decor right, it's crashed again. If you're going to be flipping decor right now, your best option is definitely to be being more savvy about how you buy things. The sales will come. The sales will come if you can be competitive on price and list them in the first place, but being more savvy on how much you pay for your items is now the world we're in. I spent 4 million gold in a day on decor, but that was at the period of time where there was still so many realms that didn't even have one of those listed, full stop. I need to look at we need to scout the Undermine exchange a little bit here, I think. There's a good possibility, a strong possibility actually, that wait, you're all still 12-hour listings. Let's fix that. There's a strong possibility that most realms have got something now. That I doubt there's that many realms that just straight up don't have a piece of decor for sale. Which was the advantage we used in the first couple of weeks to get those big magical wonder sales. I think the most expensive piece of decor I sold was 180k. But think about how many pieces of decor that one sale at 180k allowed me to buy and not sell yet at like 5k a piece. No, that one sale of 180k covered like 30 pieces of inventory that I've been a bit more sticky to sell. You need those crazy big sales to cover the cost of most of your inventory. This is way too many items to have listed here as well. That is assuming they list. Oh, it's only actually posting 44 of them. Wow. A lot of stuff is too cheap to list. That means most of this decor is going to go back in the war bank, it feels. Yep, look at the amount of cheapest auctions below minimum prices. Sheesh. Okay. I do a sort first. Maybe it won't crash when I put everything in it. Actually, all these BOEs can just jog on now. I don't know why I've been storing so many of these. It did crash. Go again. If I try and redistribute as much of these items as I can first, I think that's probably a better play than trying to buy more. Sell what I've got first. Yeah, all these random ass BOEs. 629 pieces of gear. We'll end up with better stuff from a pre-patch event. They're all old news now. Get rid of them. Right. So this realm has now got 68 auctions. How much of it actually ended up being decor? Some. Okay. Move on to the next one. It's going to be flipping beanbag chairs and elk plushies that don't want to move in it. They're going to be the sticky ones. Stupid beanbag chairs, man. They need to give the beanbag chair a 25% damage buff when you sit in it for 3 seconds. Gear squish will also decrease the vendor value of the gear. Oh, that's true. That's also very true. The interesting thing, it looks like they're heavily nerfing the vendor value of gear in general, which is another clearest day sign that they're trying to combat people farming hyperspawns to just straight up vendor shit. Because that's been a bit of a problem for the last expansion or so. That's how bots have been printing stupid money. Oh, bag errors again. As annoying as it is logging in and logging out, this is still much faster to do than trying to do it manually. There's 37 things listed here already. Let's try and not go above like 80 to 100. Yeah, I could do smaller batches, but log out, log in is still probably the faster play. Oh, geez, I just posted there. Oh, sorry, man. The game's the game. Can I guess the Woo name on this list? I wouldn't guess any of those are your characters. I think you might be safe. Oh, well then maybe it was you. Sorry. Feel free to go back and undercut me. I don't care. Oh, of course, you've got the Woo at the beginning of the name that time, not the end. I see. The 4 blue crystals in the first row. Isn't that currency for a transmog in Dornagal? Why hold on to it if you struggle with space instead of claiming it? Because I am not that organized. You are right. Yes, these earth encrusted gems can be used for summon. I just haven't, but yeah. I very for those people who know me incredibly well, you'll know I go an awful long way to optimize some things, but end up doing some things completely broken and backwards just because I can't be bothered to change. Yeah, for now, poppies are chilling. you can see Amalams is here, and Sulot is upside down over here. Nips was in the bed next to my desk. I'm hovering my mouse over my log out button just because I predict it's going to crash. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, innocent while sleeping. Bundles of chaos when they're awake. Absolute chaos when they're awake. Go on, take it all. Don't crash again. Yes, good job. Good job, game. Well done. How much we got here? Only 18 things. Oh, Dentag, Taran Mill. Yeah, nothing is going on this realm. Or should I say anything that does go on this realm? It's probably not worth it going on this realm. Above max price? The flipping hell's going on with Kyrian aspirant rolled cushions on Taran Mill? Right, I'm going to piss people off then, because that's a monster of an undercut. LOL. I'll teach you for being too expensive. Oh, so close. ACA. Wait, what's this? Achievement add-on. I'm meant to be keeping my add-on list short. I am actually going to sack off all of this stuff. Because you're right. Selling it now, I get 200 gold a piece from it. Selling it later, not so much. I'm definitely not going to use it. Vandermass Warbound until equipped bullshit. Put it all in the bin. Put it all in the bin. 2,500 gold there, just selling off some random rubbish I didn't need. In. Stay in the corner box. Lock frames. Yes. Great additional button. ACA almost completed achievements. Highlights achievements that are almost complete to help you get that low-hanging fruit. How about achievements I've not even started? Expansion meta stuff? Oh, okay. Reward decor sort by percentage. Ah, clever. For people who want achievement progress without digging through the achievement panel, because Blizzard's default one is terrible, instead of scrolling through endless categories, it automatically surfaces achievements you're closest to finishing and ranks them by percent complete. So you can focus on quick wins and skip the grinds. Dedicated meta achievement panel. Click a meta and ACA breaks down into a list of additional sub-achievements sorted by completion percentage. So you can see what's realistically finishable now without constantly drilling into nested achievement chains. Oh, clever. On you go. Why didn't it work? There it is. ACA. Yep, more add-ons. Yes. Hey, if they're good, I don't mind. They're good ones, I don't mind. It's surprising over the years, actually, how many add-ons have ended up being, like, not only household names, but, like, full-on, absolutely mandatory must-haves. Purely by being something that just displays you information better than Blizzard does. Goes to show, most of Blizzard's UI is incredibly poor at actually telling people what they want to know. Ah, we got 50 things listed here already. I don't want to put too much on this realm, if possible. Okay, this is going to end up being a realm that has quite a lot of my decor then. Lionheart Helm. Interesting. A bunch of stuff posted. We could probably do it. What are we doing posting that stuff? How many do I say we've got? 108. That's too many. Rid of that lot. That's the cheapest. That's 100 auctions. So I don't want any more than 100 auctions on any single realm. That's crazy talk. I'll open the achievements in a sec. Let me finish filtering through these and then. Wait, a grey that vendors for 7 gold? So, almost completed achievements. 98% of the way towards a violet violence. Collect 1,600 unique pets. Okay, 98% is very close, but collecting 34 pets is more than a 5-minute job, but that's cool. 400 decor, we've got 390. Northrend Safari, I need the stupid Arctic Fox kit, because I can never... You have to be in Storm Peaks whilst it's snowing, I think, to get the Arctic Fox kit, which has evaded me. A, because I'm never in Storm Peaks, and B, because anytime I am there, it's not snowing. Baby apes, black lambs, restless shadelings. I think some of my Eastern Kingdom Safari ones are almost time locked as well. 10,000 world quests. 9,490 world quests. Ugh. Have I really done nearly 10,000 world quests? That's gross. Defeat all of the rare creatures on Koresh. Wow, there's a rare I haven't killed ever on Koresh. Wow, that shows just how much I don't care about that zone, doesn't it? Gotta go down in history as one of the worst zones for me. Absolute worst. I gotta go for a pee. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. This does look like quite a cool little achievement trackery thing, though. We go. Oh, we do have decor here. Look, the only one I'm remarkably close to is Legion Remix raids. I need to go do Antorus on Remix. Oops. Oops. I guess then there is a way to change the filters. Completion threshold 80%. What does it say about like 50%? Okay. Oh, that's quite clever. Oh, and there's a separate tab for the meta stuff. Midnight meta coming soon. The War Within meta 88%. Dragonflight complete because we're absolute giga chads. Legion complete. Warlords of Draenor complete. Oh, the Pathfinders, yeah. 72% on Battle for Azeroth. Only 61 on Shadowlands. Oh god. Well, this is the kind of stuff that will keep us busy. Definitely keep us busy. That's quite cool, though. I like the fact that that works. We can do it now. I can join. No, I'm not looking for a squirrel. I'm no. I appreciate the thought, but I'll just go solo it one day when I'm bored. Did I post everything here? I did. Fire up the second account, join the raid, go back to doing what you were doing normally. Well, yeah, partly. Welcome in though, Ginny. Hope you had a good Christmas. And of course, looking forward to New Year's. Oh, the lock thing locks it on all accounts and it locks it in the wrong position. Who probably knows about that one? What'd be really nice if I can get through like 5 or 6 of these realms and then I run out of decor. Then that means I've found a home for all of this bonus decor that's starting to be a bit sticky. Don't have profiles, not planning to have them, kind of out of scope at the moment. No, that makes sense. It's kind of one of those add-ons where you don't really like, you kind of want it to be the same on a bunch of toons. I'm probably only gonna have the Goblin toolbox open on characters where a lot of the information is relevant. So in that case, I'll slap it in an area where it makes sense and it can stay there. It's not the kind of add-on I think I would use profiles on. We've got 37 things here already. Had to stop loading TSM on non-bankers. I do wish. Well, no, see, I've used TSM since before TSM existed. There is part of me that would love to see TSM do a light version of their add-on. But the irony is the light bit of the add-on is the heavy bit. The bit that everybody wants to use is the heavy bit, and the bits that people don't really care about are probably the light bits. So it's hence why I don't think a light version of TSM, just something that loads like price data and slaps it in a tooltip surely shouldn't be too heavy. But that's where all the data is. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. You're only putting things in the wall bank. It should be safe. Beautiful. Desktop app is always preventing me from shutting down. It's an odd one. Never does that for me. TSM should only focus on data and posting. A lot of people who have recently been using it for crafting again, though, with decor. And buying. I'd argue it's not been the best add-on for buying for 10 years. TSM shopping lists have pretty unanimously always been a bit caca-poo-poo because they've always been slow. TSM's choice to pull in all of the auction house information on a shopping scan was, for me, the reason why most people don't use it. because it means it has to do so many API calls to get all of that information. It means that each item in the list just like turns up like this. Like Auctionator just does it so much better. I don't think there's no way to put extra fluff on that. Auctionator just does shopping so much better. But I do think there's an air of truth about the fact that they should just more so try and focus on the stuff that they're clearly good at and clearly the best at already, and focus on making that better. The day, like 10 years ago, when there was, not really choice when it came to add-ons, you took the ones that you could get and you used them. But, now people are creating add-ons without any knowledge of Lua in any way, shape, or form. With the, it's so much easier for people to put things together now. I'm not diminishing the efforts that it takes to build add-ons, but I'm just saying that the ease of access, the availability of them is much better. And I tend to think that TSM should probably not try and be the jack of all trades, the trade skill master. The irony in the name is not lost on me. They're no long, like the one thing that they're named after is the thing that they're probably the weakest at. The crafting side of it, the trade skills, is the area where they're weakest. Their data is second to none. And their auctioning is also very good, but other add-ons have just come along and just do things better than now. Oh, hello. And oh wow, it literally did kick me out. Oh, it's kicked me out all over the place. Yeah, to be fair, a vibe coder isn't going to recreate TSM, no. But like, the point being is that little add-ons to do little things are far more easy to come by. Anybody know what realm I was on? Maybe Silvermoon? Dedicate their next dev pass to optimizing what they have to improve performance. Just got bloated over time. Yeah, there are some things that have come to light recently that have shown, they're showing their age. This character's got smack bang on 100,000 gold, so I'm guessing we've already done it on this realm. Oh, we're on Silvermoon. Yeah, there's no surprise we're selling nothing on Silvermoon. Silvermoon's a buy realm. They are doing optimizations, right? They are. Just a couple of days ago, they were tweaking with how it passes all of the auction house information to put their data together and stuff like that to make it easier to load and stuff. There's lots of little things that's going on behind the scenes to make the add-on run more efficiently and smoother. But things like the restocking is a feature of the add-on that causes so many issues and is just buggy as all hell. I think it's such that if you have anything in your crafting queue in TSM, every time you loot something, it has to scan every slot in your bags to determine whether that's a thing that was in the shopping list or not. This is why so many people recently have been going out playing the game and are like, why is my game stuttering, lagging, And it's because every time you interact with everything, TSM is checking 150 item slots to see if that one thing is something that they need for the restock queue. And so the first piece of advice that's being given out at the moment, if people have got stuttering and lag with TSM, is do you have anything in your crafting queue? If so, craft it or get rid of it. Now, little story that some of you may or may not know, but before Dragonflight launched, the guys over at TSM were working on a full recode and a full rebuild of the crafting and restocking system. That unfortunately got partly sidelined, partly canned when we started to see information come about Dragonflight that Blizzard were doing a full profession overhaul anyway. So they kind of had to go back to the drawing board. But considering we're now going into the third expansion with the profession revamp, and I don't really think that TSM have ever, in these last two expansions, got to grips with the new crafting system. I think they just need to admit defeat and let it go. Let it go. Cut it out of the add-on completely. Or if you're not going to cut it out of the add-on completely, at least make it so that it doesn't cause other errors if you are using it or not using it. But, you know, I say this as somebody that has absolutely no idea what's going on with the add-on, so I'm like, it's also not my call. I'm just saying that lots and lots and lots and lots of people choose not to use TSM because it's very performance impactful. The whole add-on used to be modular, and I kind of half think they should go back to that. Maybe not so much that you... Maybe not... Woo's onto the right point there. Maybe not so much as if you download the TSM crafting and TSM auctioning, and I think you should still download TSM, but to make the download process and installation process easier. But I genuinely think you should just straight up be able to turn off sections of the add-on. Honestly, I just want the pricing module so I know if something is worth anything or not. And I think there's a lot of people that agree with that. And I think it would be something that they could possibly do with just the TSM desktop application. With a very minor tooltip style add-on in the game. But they got that, their goal in a weird way. TSM's goal is not to make that easier to do. Their goal is to make you install the entire add-on because you want the pricing data, to then find out that, oh, well, hang on, the rest of this is quite clever. How about I use some of this? I mean, I'm talking about all of this, and I'm literally using one of the most powerful features of TSM that most people clearly don't know even exists, which is their warehousing module. Aha! We're on a realm where a wild Bakoto appears to have recently relisted his auctions. Sorry, Bakoto. Snooze, you lose. Yeah, having TSM on, like, just my dedicated crafters and then just a very light, pricing data / auctioning module on bank characters. Because it's my bank characters where load time is more critical than a lot of other things. Not seen many people besides you and Samadan actually use it on stream. It's one of those things that 99% of people probably never really touch. But they have it installed because the pricing data is absolutely critical for knowing just what things are worth. But even that, yeah, Oribos Exchange does an alternative. Auctionator still has the limitation of requiring you to do scans to get its price in game. So this is where I still think TSM is the number one. These flipping elk plushies and damn beanbag chairs aren't moving. Yeah, TSM Lite with pricing data, auctioning, sniper, because that falls under auctioning, and yeah, that's it. Oh, and warehousing. I don't need this browse tab. Sod off. I basically never use this. If I need to shop for something, I use the default UI. And if I'm shopping for a bunch of stuff, it's probably because it's queued up from CraftSim, which in turn is using Auctionator's shopping lists. E.g., it would be really nice if TSM took the feedback to make it all modular again. Let me turn modules on and let me turn modules off. Sure, one module depends on another. Well, in that case, if you want to use one, you have to have the other off. But I'm quite sure there's lots of the TSM stuff that I'm basically never using. Would love to be able to trim the fat, if that makes sense. Don't want to be doing scans. The desktop app helps you keep updated automatically versus having to scan. Can't scan in a dungeon to determine if something is a keeper or a trash item when farming mogs. The flip side of that is that more often than not, when TSM tells you it might be a keeper, it's actually a stinker. But, you know, you can't. TSM provides you the data. It's up to you to figure out if the data's any good or not. Okay. We're very quickly getting stuck with a few random pieces of decor, which I don't think are going to find a home anywhere, really. But the point is I at least tried. It'll give me a good indication of what to know, what not to buy any more of ever. Region sale average has been my go-to as of late. Just sell it quickly to a flipper. Yeah, smart move. Smart move. People who actually proactively farm for their transmog. That's my number one piece of advice. If you find something that you think is valuable, don't bother trying to post it for 6 months to get market value for it. Find what the regional sale average is from TSM, post it for 50% of that number, and I can almost tell you you'll have sold it by the end of the day. Take your quick win and move on. Because generally, now this isn't true for everybody, but generally the people who are good at farming should stick to being good at farming because they're probably not great at the auction house. And vice versa. I know my way around the auction house pretty well, but I am absolutely dog doo-doo when it comes to farming. I don't enjoy doing it, so I'm not about to learn. Right, it shouldn't take me more than 30 seconds to do each realm now. Now that there is less items, the war bank. I like flipping, crafting, also farming. I know I'm weird. It's not weird, it's why you've got nearly 50 million gold. Because when you do find a passion for all aspects of it, you're not limited or restricted. You can jump to the thing that makes you the most gold. And if you can find enjoyment out of all aspects of it, every day's a win. For me, it gets really frustrating when, this is why I really love the first season, because it allows me to focus on doing what I tend to enjoy the most, which is crafting, leveling up the professions, tinkering with the professions, doing some crafting, selling that way. I can do that all day long and always have plenty to do. Season 1 also coincides pretty good if you happen to be a farmer, because people like me are going to need those materials. Yeah, I get obviously quite frustrated. Bankoto. I get obviously frustrated in like season 2 and season 3 when they don't update crafting, and I'm like twiddling my thumbs, like trying really hard to not go out and do farming, even though farming is the thing at the time that makes the most gold. We fixed that problem this expansion because we were able to throw some multi-account leveling of toons, farming of mechanicas. We were able to wombo combo the most effective farm with also building up our account with, and also helping me spread into cross-realm flipping at the same time. So I fixed the boredom of farming by squirreling it into something else. But not always can I do that. I never really farm. I play the game, earn whatever gold I can from the scraps I pick up, getting +1 ATT points. Yeah. Yeah, both transmog, farming and selling, and all the things, or goal making in general, and all the things tie in quite closely. You end up not really being able to do one without doing the other. If you play the game a lot and enjoy the goal making side of the game, you quite quickly end up with a pile of it and question, what should I spend it on? And then some idiot tells you about an add-on called All the Things, and then all of a sudden you realise that there is an absolute mountain of stuff on the auction house that you thought was trash previously. Now they're worth ATT points. And when you get pretty... Why am I posting this rubbish? When you get pretty deep into the ATT, you start hitting the wall of where there is less for you to collect and more for you to buy, and you start to realise that maybe the best option here is actually to buy some of this, because it's cheaper to buy it than it is to go out and collect it. I don't know why those are listed on the auction. I do know why those are listed on the auction house. They shouldn't be listed on the auction house. an awful lot of these paladins are just wearing like scuffed banana suits because they're all in flipping undermine gear. Because BOE's got expensive in Koresh. It's pretty quick when it works smoothly now. Bang out these realms real fast. If I keep to just doing one task, I can log in and log out on one realm in literally 30 seconds, I think. That is opening the war bank, pulling from the war bank anything that could potentially go on the auction house, putting it on the auction house, and then putting whatever didn't sell back in the war bank, log out. One day, one of these flipping beanbags or elk plushies will stick on the auction house. Right. I might try and get some of this decor spread out onto these last few realms, and then I might, for our first day back, take it slow. Might go get me some food. I think it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I've missed lunch. And this is early for dinner, so this is that odd time in the day where you probably shouldn't eat. You should just wait, but not exactly a great time of the year for sticking to a strict routine, is it? So just eat half of what you normally would. Nah, it's crazy talk. Why can I see? Oh, 2 puppies are there. Where's the black dog? Who's stolen? Oh, she's going to be lying by the window in the kitchen. Ham sandwich? Yeah, I feel like Bubba Gump with his shrimps. I'm going to have to start finding creative ways to integrate ham into everything. That feels like it could be the only way to see the back end of this ham. Is to get very creative. Homemade lasagna yesterday. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Homemade lasagna is top tier. Absolute top tier. Mrs. Manthias makes a killer lasagna. But that's mostly because it's like half a block, you know. As long as there's at least half a block of cheese on top of it, it's all good. You ain't never getting that with a store-bought lasagna. That's why they always stink. My lunch today was 4 Christmas ham sandwiches with mustard. Yeah, I'm thinking I could be on the ham sandwiches myself for a few days. Whoa, 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 whoa! I clicked a button. I didn't mean to click. Wow, we posted a Venthyr anima bottle. Yes. Gotta get rid of some of those. They're unnecessarily sticky. Christmas ham mash yesterday. About to have some leftovers. Yeah, make a pea and ham soup or something. We had pork loin for dinner yesterday, though. I'm literally on a pig diet. Can't escape the stuff. Don't know where these 362 items came from. Somebody at Blizzard decided to put item level 362 grey items that vendor for like between 7 to 20 gold a piece. And they're all BOEs, I don't understand. Wherever they came from, they need to go back to where they came from. What the flippin' hell is up with these BOE prices? Holy. Inflated transmog prices, anybody? Holy. You like finished pea soup? As long as I can have loads of mustard to just squeeze on top of it, then yeah. At the right time. Pea soup is a good, late winter when it's minus 10 degrees and there's plenty of snow. And you've gone out for a walk. You come back and it's a nice warming, easy to whip up, easy to consume comfort food. One of the reasons I went for the region market sale average. Yeah, these are items that I won't have farmed though, and I'm certainly not looking for the. I'm certainly these are probably items I've bought for super cheap from somewhere else, but I'm also willing to play the long game and potentially never sell it. You are not even in a group. You are also not even in a group. Right, last round. Probably not going to be much decor that can go on here. Probably even less that will stick. But at least we tried. There's no point having it knocking about in somebody's bags or in the war bank. It's definitely not going to sell there. So we can find a home for some of this decor. It's worth taking half an hour to find a home for it. But yeah, elk plushies, fucking beanbag chairs. Can't give the damn things away, clearly. And they give them away. That's fine. And also these Nerubian alchemist retort things. Like, look at the regional market average price is 2,700 gold. The regional sale average is also 2,400 gold. That nearly never happens, by the way. It nearly never happens that the regional market price is that close to the sale average. Even on standard crafting stuff, that nearly never happens. But that means it's predominantly it feels like a circle jerk. Regional average daily sold 2.6, so probably only 100 a day sell across the whole EU. So the sale rate on those is also a complete bait. They're just being bought by people who think they're cheap on their realm, when the reality is no fucker wants one. It's probably the same story with these beanbag chairs. 4,000 gold regional sale average, regional market value 4,200 gold. That's wild. Still shows us a like 0.2 sale rate on these things though, which is where people are getting suckered into crafting a bunch of these things thinking they sell really fast. They do. They sell really fast if you list them for 1,000 gold a piece. And then some idiot comes along and buys 20 of them and then can't sell them. Nearly 18 million gold again in actual liquid in the war bank though. Right. Half of my other realms are dead. So I think, boys and girls, I might go and we've spoke about all sorts of food and drink today, and it's got me real hungry. We are back. It is post-Christmas. We are working towards pre-patch now. There may be a little bit of a stumble in the middle of the week, depending on what Mrs. Manthius likes to do on New Year's Day. New Year's Day, of course, is a public bank holiday and she is not working, so we might choose to do something, or we might just choose to do nothing. Believe it or not, a day with just the wife to actually do nothing would feel real good about now. I might have had 9 days without a stream, but it's been 9 days of fun and games that I would like a break from. But boys and girls, I will leave it there for today. Thank you for joining. We'll be back again tomorrow. We might probably I might squeeze in a week before pre-patch launches. I might squeeze in a week early in January to just put WoW down and go play something else. Now, I know we looked at a bit of a shopping list of games to potentially go and poke around at. Last time there was a Steam summer sale, I think. But we might have a little bit of a revisit of the Steam winter sale, see if there's anything that piques my interest. It needs to be a game that can be started and completed within, I don't know, say 40 hours. I'm not looking for another MMO. I'm not looking for a 600 hours Baldur's Gate playthrough. We need something relatively quick but enjoyable that can be blasted out. But I might find a week. It'll be a good refresh, I think. A good way to refresh before we get real heavy into midnight. I might try and pencil something in. I would have thought about Arc Raiders, but I'm too late to the game on that one now. Way too late. Way too late in the day for that. Everybody's going to be sweat tier OP, and I'm not going to know what's going on. I'm going to feel like an idiot. So maybe we chalk Arc Raiders up to an opportunity missed again. Much like June. June was another game I feel I really should have played last year and I didn't. But anyway, I'm clearly procrastinating. Thank you very much, Jack, for the socials. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. I'm quite sure in the run up to midnight, the Discord will get a little bit more active. I am one thing I'm looking to do new for this this expansion is to have some mini basic guides for each of the professions for free in the Discord. So if you want a bit of a heads up of what's been going on, I'm keeping those partially up to date in the run up to midnight. Of course, by launch, I will hopefully have them all polished and ready for people to go, oh, what's blacksmithing good for this expansion? And it should give you the answers. So if that interests you, come in, have a look around, let me know what you think. But yeah, thanks for joining today. It's a weird time because it's kind of like nobody knows what day it is. So I do greatly appreciate people joining in today. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Have a wonderful one. And I will see you probably tomorrow. Peace. For anybody still knocking about, I've just realised Elon is streaming, so we'll send you over Elon's way. We'll do a quick cheeky raid on Elon. He's probably doing something relatively similar. Let's get that sorted. I am gonna go grab me some food though. What's he doing? Oh, he looks like he's farming something. He's farming something. We'll give Elon a quick raid. Go say hi, wish him well, and I'll catch you all next time, boys and girls. Peace.
Okay, we're gonna check the heavy. Yeah, okay, let's make a route here.